Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, afternoon, noon, good noon. All right. What's up, everybody? So it turns out that there's a lot of rate testing announced and then plus announced and release announced, and guess we have lots of stuff to do. Hey Sim, how are you doing? Hey girls, hello everybody. The new affixes, hey, no spoiler, no spoilers. I haven't looked at the affixes yet. Before we do the affixes, we have to do our wordles though. This is of course very important. First, we have to calm down and get distracted by wordles that are not related to WoW, and then we can be doomers, okay? Hey Pay, hey Jack. All in 2 weeks, fastest rate testing ever. Wait, they're testing all of the bosses in 2 weeks? On the heroic and mythic? How many days are they testing then? Huh. But I want to be a doomer right now. Sorry, I'm gonna have to wait a little bit. There we go. Scheduled maintenance on Tuesday. Wait, that's today. Oh wait, are the servers down? The beta? Because it's an A downtime, right? Oh, they're not down yet. Okay, good. Are they gonna be down later? It's Thursday and Friday from 8 p.m. onwards. Huh. But how do they test all of these bosses in heroic and mythic on 4 days? Schedule change? Whatever, I'll check it out after the wordles. After the wordles, okay? Thank you so much for 3 months, Pay. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. First, we're gonna have to reset our brain. Alright. What was the word I always used when I played this a lot? I forgot. Something with A and E and S. Is that a based? Let's use based. No, cased. It is an estimate. I should use based from now on. No A or E. Okay. Is there a word with O and U and S with S at the start? Like sour. Sour. Not really. What about... I don't know if any of these things are words. I'm just gonna try it. Okay, no, those are not words. Why not? Why aren't these words? What the fuck? Snour? No? Stour. That is a word. Let's go. No idea what it means. Okay. Alright, so no OI there. The S is at the start. Sulky. Is that a word? Okay. Man. That's a difficult one. Sean. Swamp. With a U. This is a singular... Like, there's only one U. I don't think there's an I in there. Swung. Oops. Like so. Oh my god. It is swung. Let's go. Alright. We're nerding. Man, I should just like do the same equation at the start every time instead of coming up with a new one every time. 2 times 2 times 3 plus 7 is 14. It's not correct. 6 plus 7. Oh, that's 13. Fuck. Now. Alright, so we have we have no plus or times. No, 3 or 4. Ah, shit. It's minus and divided. I hate when it's minus and divided. Okay, well... Let's figure this out. We need an 8 somewhere, so... 18 divided by 2 is 9. Divided by 2. 18 divided by 2. Oh, that doesn't work. I need a single digit number. If I want to try minus and divide it. 8 divided by 2 is 4. Oh, there's no 4. Okay. Well, then divide another number. 6 divided by 2. Wait, it doesn't matter if there's no 4, because we have another minus still. So 8 divided by 2 is 4 minus... Oh no, we need a 2-digit number. Oops. How do we get a 2-digit number? I guess there's only one divided or one minus. There aren't two. Oh god, do we have to divide a 3-digit number? Oh, not again. Oh man, that's way too much math. Okay, 50, 64, 64. Okay, 50, 60, 64. Okay, 64 doesn't work. I'll stay for a while. This is too much math. Okay, so what if... Stay for a while. Anyone? No? No? Nothing? Okay. We could do... Oh, divided by 5? 50... What's 8 times 5 again? Oh, 40. Well, that's kind of bad. We don't want that. Oh, I have zeros as well. I keep forgetting that I can use zeros. I am. Why don't we just do this? That's here. 680. Well, fuck. There's no divided. Okay, so it's just a minus then. Hey, Tweedle, thank you so much. 11 months. What's up? Green means it's in the correct spot, yeah. So there's a 0 in there. And it's only minus. Okay. So something minus something is a 2-digit number. So I guess it's a 2-digit number minus another 2-digit number equals something. So let's just, I don't know. I mean, 80 minus... What do we need? We need 1 and 2. Minus 21 is what? That is 60, 59? Can we use 59? Yes. Okay, well. Perfect. Beautiful. Let's go. Easy for us. Okay. Now, we need to create 4 groups of 4. So this is oo, ik, and what? Pa? Nah. It's quack. Ik, quack. What is PU? Is that action depression? Do you play Hurdle? No, what is Hurdle, Tweedle? What's that? Yeah, purple is in it, but the wrong spot exactly. I'm just gonna try this. Okay. Then... Snow... Shark, quack, front, coal, carrot... Crook... 6 plural. Oh, it sticks. Charades. Bluffing. Acting. Charade, acting, bluffing. Cheating? That's not it. Okay, shit. I feel like this fits together. Shark. Crook. Cheat, bluff, act, crook. Cheat, bluff, act. Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes more sense. No, wait, that was wrong too. Wait. How does that not make sense? Oh, shark instead of acting? Yeah, maybe. That's wrong too. A quack is a fraudster. So, but I mean, bluffing is also... Cheat, shark, quack, fuck. Okay, oh, thank God. Man, these were way too similar, like the acting and the bluffing. Okay, now I'm kind of lost though. No, I don't get it. They're names rather than verbs? Yeah, that's true. Acting and bluffing is a verb. Well, these are well, cheating is also a verb, to cheat. It can be a noun too, though. Snow sticks, carrot, and coal are all positive for snowmen. That's actually a good point. Snow sticks, coal, and carrot. Oh my God. Act, bluff, charade, front. What is that though? Act, charade, bluff, front. But what does it relate? Why is it related? I don't get it. Deceit. Oh, to front somebody. To charades. Okay, that's a bit difficult. I didn't think of that. Oh, yesterday we forgot to play LOL though. Oh God. Please don't give me an African country again. Fuck. 7,000 kilometers from Germany. 7.2 kilometers. So either it's down here or like here. Fuck. That's just too far. I don't know any of these countries. Shit. This is a struggle. I should probably start with a country that is like in the middle. But this one is too close. That's too close. They just go with India. How far away is India from Germany? I don't know. 5,000 still from India. Okay. So that means it's here, right? It has to be something here. Why is it always African countries? 5.5k kilometers from India. I mean, it also could be up here though, I guess. Because it could be 7k, 5k. How many kilometers is 5k kilometers? It's like here. Could it be like Japan is Japan is too far, I think. That's more than 7K from Germany, right? Now Russia is way too close to Germany. That's a lot closer than 7K. Should I try one of these countries over here that I don't know the name of? Brazil? No. Why would it be Brazil? That is much further. Hey, Tomcat, thank you so much for a raid. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Welcome, everybody. I hope you had a nice stream. Thank you so much. What is the country that borders Russia but also China that I keep forgetting? Good morning, Tomcat. No, it's not Madagascar. I think that's too far. Or? I think it's too far. I'm not sure though. I mean, 7,000 kilometers from Germany. How much is 7,000? I think that's more like here, no? Where my mouse is? Like this kind of area? And if it's 5.5K from India as well, then it has to be like somewhere here in Africa, I think. Somewhere here or somewhere up here. But there isn't much other than Russia. Maybe it's Mongolia. Where's Mongolia? It's like here. I don't think that's quite 5.5K from India. It's right here somewhere, right? Whatever, let's just try it. Mongolia. Okay, yeah, no. That would be less than 5.5K. Okay, whatever, let's try African countries then. The countries that I don't know. Let's just try Madagascar, because why not? But I think it's too far. Wait, what did I write? Did you mean Madagascar? Oh yeah, I meant that. Okay, so it's 1,000 from Madagascar, which means it is like one of these African countries here. A 1,000. What's 1,000 kilometers? Is that... It's Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe. It is! Let's go! Oh my god, a new African country! Like one of the only countries I know. Let's go! That's amazing. Okay, we had 3 African countries in a row though. We need to stop having... Okay, let's see if I remember the countries from yesterday. So Egypt's here, right? Then we have Morocco over here. Then we have Guinea over here. And then, fuck. Guinea, something with B. Guinea B. Bissau. God damn it. But that one was here. And then there was one more country ahead, I think. Oh, it was bordering Morocco. It was... Fuck, which country is bordering Morocco? It's Algeria. Algeria. Yeah, Algeria, it's over here. True. And I finally need to remember this one, Mongolia. How do I keep forgetting this fucking country? Like, what's wrong with me? Mongolia. Okay, good. Moving on. So we go with Jin. Ooh. This is Elise again. Holy shit. Okay, it's earlier in 2012. And there's a human spiritualist. There's a melee and a ranged. And a jungler. Evelyn? No. That's just melee, right? Which jungler is female? As mana is a melee and a ranged. And there's a human spiritualist. Oh god. Oh, it's Nidalee, of course Nidalee. Oh my god, I would have never come up with that one. Yeah, there we go. Alright, next. Okay, now the most difficult one.
Amazed. A adjective meaning feeling or showing. Gander. A noun meaning an adult male goose. Gander, a term for a male goose, originates from Old English and Germanic languages. Gander. A noun meaning an adult male goose. Gander, a term for a male goose, originates.
Oh, okay.
Geometric. A adjective meaning of, relating to, or. Scrounge. A verb meaning steal, swipe. Scrunge is derived.
No?
Indicate. A verb meaning to point out or point to.
Oh, it's scrunch, not scrounge. What
Drape.
did I write?
A verb meaning to cover or adorn with, or as if with folds of cloth. The word is likely a back formation derived from the term drapery. Drape. A mordant. A adjective meaning biting and caustic in thought, manner, or style. Incisive. Derived from Middle French mordre, meaning to bite, originally from Latin.
Okay, I have no idea.
Pelican. A noun meaning any of a genus, Pelecanus, of large web-footed fish-eating birds with a very large bill and distensible.
Okay.
Teak. A noun meaning a tall tropical Asian timber tree, Tectona grandis, of the vervain family. Teca is a Portuguese word that originates from the Malayalam term tekka. Teak. A noun meaning a tall tropical Asian timber tree, Tectona grandis, of the vervain family.
Yeah, I fucking know.
Oscillation. A noun meaning the action or state of oscillating. Oscillation. A noun meaning the action or state of oscillating. Oscillation.
Oscillating?
A noun meaning the action or state of oscillating. Oscillation. A noun meaning the action or state of oscillating. Oscillation. A noun.
I don't know. I've never heard of that before.
Ouagadougou. A geographical name meaning city and capital of Burkina Faso, in the central part of the country. Population 1,475,223. Ouagadougou. A geographical name meaning city and capital of Burkina Faso, in the central part of the country. Population 1,475,223. Ouagadougou. A geographical name meaning city and capital of Burkina Faso, in the central part of the country. Population 1,475,223. Ouagadougou.
Well, I'm sure it was close enough.
Nunchaku. A noun meaning a weapon of Japanese origin that consists of two sticks joined at their ends by a short length of rawhide, cord, or chain, usually plural, called also nunchuck. This word originates from the Okinawa dialect of Japanese language. Nunchaku. A noun meaning a weapon of.
I did it.
Neophyte. A noun meaning a new convert, proselyte. Neophyte originates from Greek neophytos, meaning newly planted or new convert.
Let's go.
Scrivener. A noun meaning a professional or public copyist or writer, scribe. Scrivener stems from Middle English, influenced by Anglo-French and Latin terms for scribe, scrivener. A noun meaning a professional or public copyist or.
I don't know.
Luftmensch. A noun meaning an impractical contemplative person having no definite business or income. Luftmensch stems from Yiddish words Luft for air and Mensch for human.
That's not even a German word.
A noun meaning an impractical contemplative person having no definite business.
I've never heard that before. I mean, it's a German word, but I've never heard it in German. Scrounge. Oh, it's with a G and an E. More dense. Ah. Teak. Really? Just normally? Fuck. Oscillation. What does oscillation mean again? I've seen this word before. I haven't heard it before, but seen it before. Owaga. Owaga. Dude, I almost wrote this correctly. Oh my god. I was only missing an O. Scrivener. Shit, I considered putting the E in there because she said it like this. She was like Scrivener. But I don't know. Whatever. So. I'm German, never heard anyone say Luftmensch. Yeah, but yeah, it's not a German word. Apparently the English use German words that the Germans don't even use. Very interesting. All right, so. So, we got some news. In Dragonflight Season 4, we experimented with our existing dungeon difficulty progression to offer additional endgame options for players to enjoy more methodical dungeon gameplay. What does that mean? This updated dungeon difficulty progression is also an opportunity for players that do enjoy Mythic Keystones to have a place to build mastery over dungeons before the pressure of a timer kick in. You can read more about those in depth here. We plan to continue this model of progression into the war with some exciting updates. So basically they're just talking about the old changes. Okay. This difficulty is unchanged. This difficulty always includes our aid war within dungeons. Heroic. The tuning and rewards. Oh, this difficulty always includes our aid war within dungeons. Okay, that makes sense. Tuning the rewards for this difficulty are increasing to be equivalent to a baseline Mythic 0 dungeon in previous system. New mechanics and other adjustments for Mythic will not be present in this difficulty. This remains a queuable experience. Starting with Season 1 of the War Within, the Heroic Dungeon difficulty will feature our roster of seasonal dungeons. Oh, so Heroic is now seasonal dungeons, okay? The tuning and rewards of this difficulty are increasing to the equivalent of a +10 dungeon with affixes in the previous system. The tuning and rewards of this... Really? Wait, what? There are no timers? Affixes are limited. Call us to create a mega... Let's create a mega dungeon like difficulty for this experience. This difficulty should present a meaningful challenge and provide commensurate rewards without the pressure of the Mythic Plus system. Interesting. So it's a 20 key basically? Huh. Okay. So I guess it's just easy loot. This is in relation to Season 3? Are you sure? Why would they relate it to the... Oh, so this is in relation to Season 3? Okay, I guess so. Okay, so... Okay, then... That's whatever, then. So this kind of has been the same before this season too, no? Like, has this been the same in season 4 too? I'm not sure about that. Not really. Mythic Zero doesn't work the way it works here, or? With a daily lockout? The daily lockout is new, okay. Interesting, okay, so this is kind of... Okay, so this is kind of whatever because it has the seasonal dungeons. Because that's also new, right? Because Mythic Zero was not the seasonal dungeons before. Mythic Zero was always the expansion dungeons. So that's good, because what I hated about the Mythic Zero thing was whenever there was loot that you couldn't get in Mythic Plus, and then people had to go and do it. Like, for example, when people had to go farm the trinket in Dawn or something, because it was not part of the current season. So now the Mythic Zero thing is a thing for more casual players that want less difficulty, but you don't have to do it if you're an M+ player, because then you do the same thing with the higher item level anyway, right? So this is good, I like it. Then the Mythic Keystone system will carry forward changes from Dragonflight Season 4 with updates to the position of affixes in the system and updated affix buckets. With updates to the position of affixes, okay. The Mythic Plus system will have rewards up to level 10 with +2 starting from what would have been a +11 in the previous Data Plus system. Rewards up to level 10 with +2 starting from one, yeah. A +5 should be as hard as a 15 and a 10 should be as hard as a 20. We intend to better align reward and difficulty increase in Mythic Plus system by updating the introduced parts of affix in Season 1 of the War Within. So +2 is 45 technical, so yeah, sure. A new set of passive affixes. Interesting. So that means we get one active affix and one passive affix. Didn't we already have that kind of? It doesn't say positive, it says passive. Dungeon ratings should be equivalent to what they represent in the current system. And there should be a smaller range of keystone levels to find groups for, and more meaningful progression between each level. Sure, yeah. Affixes. Before we dive into the specifics of the new affixes, we would like to outline our goals and the purpose these affixes serve. Our overarching goal is to minimize the mechanical overlap between affixes and dungeon trash design in the current +4 affix bucket. We aim to achieve this through a more passive approach, focusing on the following objectives. Shift the source of challenge to the dungeon itself by simplifying affix design and emphasizing creature abilities. Reduce visual noise, nameplate clutter, and the cognitive load on players during trash combat. Okay, allow for varied and context-specific gameplay decisions. Depending on the dungeon they are applied to. Shift the source of challenge to the dungeon. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I mean, that's good. Reduce visual noise. Sure. Nameplate clutter. What do we mean by nameplate clutter, though? Do they want us to pull less mobs? Is that what they're saying? Because if that's the case, then we don't like that. And the cognitive load on players during trash combat. Allow for varied and context-specific gameplay. Varied and context-specific gameplay decisions. What does that mean? Context-specific gameplay decisions. That's a lot of words. But what do they mean? Additionally, these affixes will include a positive effect. The aim of these positive effects is to highlight different damage types each week, allowing each spec additional opportunities to excel during the season. What? These effects should feel like a bonus. Offering an advantage for different damage profiles each week without being essential to complete a dungeon. Players will have an opportunity to flex towards different talents, gearing options, and consumables to capitalize on these effects. New affixes. Reckless. Non-boss enemies without mana ignore 20% armor with their attacks. Okay. But their armor is reduced by 30% and they take 10% increased arcane damage. Huh? Thorn. Non-boss enemies without mana pick physical damage to their attackers when attacked, but take 10% increased holy and shadow damage. Non-boss enemies with mana inflict 10% increased magic damage, but take 10% increased nature damage and 30% increased damage from bleed effects. Focus. Non-boss enemies with mana have 30% increased 30% increased haste, but take 10% increased frost and fire damage. Excuse me, what? Now these tooltips indicate whether the affixes apply to creature. These tooltips indicate whether the affixes apply to creatures with or without mana. These affixes will not affect every creature. Following affix will be retired. Afflicted, incorporeal, entangling, storming, volcanic. Really? What was wrong with volcanic? Or entangling for that matter? Thanks for 13 months, Panda Polo. What's up, what's up? To match the number of affixes in our level 4 affix bucket in London. War Within, we will retire the spiteful affix for season 1 of the War Within, plus 7 affix bucket into the following. Oh no, we have these affixes. No, wait. No, they're retired. So we have these 4 and then Raging, Bolstering, Bursting, Sanguine? Oh. Wait. We only have 4 affixes in our plus 7 affix list? It's only Raging, Bolstering, Bursting, Sanguine, that's it? That means we get Sanguine and Bolstering a lot more? And the Roof Spiteful, the only easy affix? Wait, what was the affix pool for these affixes? Did we only have 5 affixes before? From these affixes? Did we really only have Spiteful, Raging, Bolstering, Bursting, Sanguine? Hey Maro, what's up? So wait, you're telling me that we only have 8 affixes now? We only have Reckless, Thorn, Attuned, Focus, Raging, Bolstering, Bursting, Sanguine? That's it? Like those are the only affixes? Oh. I mean, I really don't understand these affixes. And what are they trying to achieve with this? I'm very confused. Because I read what they're trying to achieve, and that... Well, to be fair, I agree with the first point here. I don't know what the hell they mean with this one here, with these 2 points. Because I really hope that they're not going for... like this like classic playstyle where you see them up here and then you see them up there and then you pull the rest. Kind of like we had with the Gahoon seasonal affix in BFA, like the first affix, if you guys remember, were like infested. Like I'm not sure, like they certainly want to change in Plus a lot. One thing that I personally wish they would understand is that people just want to pull a lot of trash. Like, people just want to pull mobs and AoE. Right? Like, I understand that a dungeon gets really boring if that's the only thing you do. If you do one big pull into another big pull into another big pull, like, I understand it gets boring and you need some variation and you have to do like smaller pulls here and there. But whenever there's dungeons where they force you to pull mobs one by one or to do like smaller pulls, then people hate the dungeon because it's boring. People don't want to sit there and pull one mob at a time or pull mini bosses or whatever. We want to do bigger pulls, right? So whenever there's a dungeon that holds you back through dungeon design or through certain affix design, then people don't like it because it's fucking boring. And I really hope they're not like, I hope they don't mean that with this. Like, I hope, because these affixes here, they're not very specific. Like, they do say they're supposed to be more passive affixes. So it's possible that they are like not really, like, it's possible that they're barely noticeable. Because these affixes, it could just be a handful of mobs that have this effect, right? They want the metacom to be changed every week. No, that's not, absolutely not what they want. They say that here. These effects should feel like a bonus, offering an advantage for different damage profiles each week without being essential to complete a dungeon. I mean, we don't really know much about this because it says, note that these tooltips indicate whether the affixes apply to creatures with or without mana. These affixes will not affect every creature. Wait. What was that? Okay, wait, now I'm confused. None of these. Okay, now I'm confused. Does it mean that it doesn't affect every creature in the dungeon? Or does it mean that it doesn't affect every creature with mana whenever they're stating that it's with mana? Well, see, this is not very clear. This could mean two things. It could mean that every mob in the dungeon that is not a boss, that doesn't have mana, has this effect. Or it could mean that some of the mobs in the dungeon that are not a boss and don't have mana can be affected. I am reading the sentence. No, it's not extremely clear. What do you mean? Yeah, but it could mean two things. Yeah, I get that. I understand it, guys. You just don't see the other thing. Like, this sentence could mean that it doesn't affect every creature without mana. Keep reading. I am reading it. Note that these tools indicate whether the affix apply to creatures with or without mana. These affixes will not affect every creature. I know. I'm reading it. I still think the same thing. Like, to me, this still means it could mean two things. Yeah, but this is not 100% clear. This could mean two things. This sentence could be related to this or not, you know? Like, this could just be a clarification. Because, like, okay, so let's say, like, read the sentence. Note that these tools indicate whether the affix apply to creatures with or without mana. This sentence alone would be sufficient. You don't need to add this sentence, right? If it means what you guys mean it means. Okay, if every single creature that is a caster without mana is affected, then you're explaining this with this sentence. This sentence is enough, right? You do not need to clarify this with this second sentence. So I'm thinking this second sentence might mean that not every creature in the dungeon without mana is affected by this affix, because that could also be the case. They've done that before, right? We've had affixes that didn't affect every single mob in a dungeon, but like some of them. That would make it a bit complicated though. Why are you saying dot dot dot? Like that's what... Did they clarify this anywhere? 100%? Just because you understand it differently. Oh, I can't understand. Did they actually clarify anywhere? No, it's not about... No. I'm not talking about bolstering. I'm talking about these affixes here.
No.
I'm not saying that bolstering doesn't affect all mobs. Of course, bolstering affects all mobs. They specifically are talking about these affixes here, these 4.
No.
Not only their background monsters won't be affected by this. And okay, guys, I'm reading it. I'm just saying that I could interpret it in a different way if I wanted to. I'm not saying that it is that way. I'm saying there's a possibility that it is that way. But we'll see when they test it this weekend. Like, the reason why I think there might be a possibility that it's not every mob. Well, it would be a little bit confusing if it wasn't like every caster, because I mean, they could indicate it with an animation, I guess. Like, they could make the mobs like glow or some bullshit. But it would be much clearer if it's just all casters or all melees, right? Because otherwise it would be kind of confusing for people if it's only some of them. But then at the same time, how could you possibly give every caster 30% increased haste? Like, I'm sorry, what? There's a possibility you're overthinking this. No, I'm just saying there's 2 possibilities. That's all I'm saying. I'm not overthinking anything. It doesn't matter. We'll see in 2 days. Calm down, everyone. Yeah, that to me would make more sense logically, Armadetrix. Not from like a not from the way the sentences are written, but from like from a design perspective. To me, it would make more sense if not all of these mobs are affected because of what they're saying the affix is for. Because they're specifically saying they want the affixes to be passive affixes that don't do much, right? And they're saying they want the classes that do this type of damage to be an advantage and not a necessity. But if every single trash mob, or like, you know, all non-caster trash mobs or all melee trash mobs would have one of these affixes, that would be a lot more than a passive affix. And it would also make the classes a lot more essential than what they're describing it to be. So if only some of the mobs would be affected, that would make more sense from what their goal seems to be. But, you know, we'll see. Because if every caster has 30% more haste, That's crazy. Also, like, the extra damage is crazy too. Like, 10% more magic school damage of a certain school is quite a lot. Also, what the fuck does Steam Hunter do? Just 10% more damage every week? Oh my god, wait, that makes Vengeance Demon Hunter so strong. Are they just, what the fuck are they gonna do with Vengeance Demon Hunters? Oh my god. Wait, how much, wait, or does Vengeance not do a lot of chaos damage? Vengeance Demon is mostly fire? Okay, well then it will be fine. But how much damage of Havoc is chaos? Because that would be kind of crazy. Yeah? Also, melee mobs ignore 20% armor of a tank. Like, that's a really shitty affix for tanks. Like, why would they do that? Why make mobs ignore armor? Or like, why? Like, that means that 1 week tanks just take a lot more damage than other weeks. Hi, Moosh. Also, this is incredibly problematic here. Non-boss enemies without mana inflicts physical damage to their attackers when attacked. This ability never works properly, yeah? I hope they know that. I hope Blizzard is aware of the fact that they never once managed to create a thorned mob that actually works. Because there's a lot of mechanics that count as individual hits when they should not. Like, for example, if you're a balloon for Moonkins, each tick of your balloon counts as an attack. So when this affix goes live like this, and they don't change, and they don't fix all of the spells, that means that Moonkin would kill themselves instantly, especially with the new affix tree that we have, the new hero talents that we have. We have a lot of Fury Balloons going on simultaneously, and each individual tick of each Fury Balloon counts as a damage, as a physical, as an attack. So a Moonkin would just die instantly. Bladestorm. Yeah, there's a bunch of mechanics that, or a bunch of abilities that don't work properly. I mean, Frozen Orb, yeah. Yeah, so either they fix this to... And that would be a lot of work for them, right? Because they would actually have to fix every single ability that counts as an extra attack. Or the alternative would be that it does very little damage. But... And then they also have 10% increased holy damage. Who does holy damage? Isn't it only Red Paladin? No one else has holy damage, right? From the damage dealers. Yeah, but I'm talking about damage dealers. It's really only Red Paladin. Warlock does holy damage? I don't think... Well, with chaos damage, but that's not really... Yeah, I don't... Why do they give it a holy damage increase? That's kind of weird. Well, these damage schools are kind of awkward anyway. I guess we have shadow damage though, because shadow is like a lot. So who does arcane damage? Is arcane mages, moonkins, elemental shamans. Then shadow holy is like priest, warlock. That's it, I guess. And then nature's moonkin, elemental shaman. Well, I guess there's also melee that do certain damage, like holy is red paladin as well. Arcane is enhancement does arcane, I guess. Or do they only do nature? It's only nature. Then who does arcane? Only moonkin and arcane mage? Oh yeah, hunter a little bit. Yeah. I mean, I don't really... I mean, I think this is dumb. Even... Okay, so even if not a lot of the mobs are affected, like even if it's some mobs rather than all, even then this would be dumb, I think. I just don't understand the purpose of this. They're trying to force different comps, but... Why? With this approach? Really? I can't even. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how they want to fix the whole... Yeah, I don't know. This is weird. Also, like, this is kind of a meme. They said players will have an opportunity to flex towards different talents, gearing options, and consumables to capitalize on these effects. Like, what kind of gearing options? And consumables are we talking about here? Oh, I forgot. I'm just gonna use my gear that makes me do more fire damage. Like, what? No, you don't have to feel bad for physical damage classes, because look at this. Their armor is reduced by 30%. There you go. Melees are just gonna be fine this week. Also, a lot of melee classes don't do only... A lot of melee classes do magic damage as their main damage source, rather than physical damage. Like, Demon Hunters do chaos damage, fire damage, then Enhanced Shamans do nature damage. Even rogues do like poison damage as well, which is that... What is rogue damage considered? Nature? Yeah, so rogues can do nature damage too, yeah. And bleeds, and shadow, true, shadow damage as well. Demon Hunter does chaos damage, they do all damage. Well, all magic damage. Well, I do think this gives an opportunity to multi DPS classes to switch around from week to week. But again, it depends how much impact this has, how many mobs really have these effects. Because if you're like, let's say you're a rogue, then you can switch between like a bleed spec and like physical damage spec, and you know, like you can switch around quite a lot and benefit from these different effects. Because a rogue can benefit well from this one, and this one, right? Because they have bleeds, they have shadow damage. This bleed and nature damage one is really good for them, because they can do nature damage and bleed effects, right? And it's 30% increased damage from bleed effects. Why is it 30%? That's so much. 30% increased damage, that's insane. I mean, this increased magic damage increase is not that bad compared to this haste one. Like 20% increased magic damage is not that bad considering, well, I'm saying it's not that bad for high keys, because on high keys you do interrupt things anyway, otherwise you die, right? Like it doesn't matter if it does 20% increased damage if it already kills you without the 20% increased damage, right? So I do think that this one is not that bad in comparison to this one. Because a 30% increased haste means that you certainly cannot interrupt them all. And then there's a lot more cast going through, which is going to be a lot worse than having 20% increased damage when a cast does come through. The changes on Tyrannical and Fortified? Oh, I didn't even see that. We're still experimenting with those. Wait, Tyrannical and Fortified. We're still experimenting with those, with how these affixes fit in with our updates. We believe these changes will offer a refreshing experience for players at all levels each season and redefine how the Mythic Plus affix system influences dungeon gameplay. We look forward to your feedback and discussion on these. Okay. Yeah, I'm just not sure I understand, because like I feel like this is a little bit like contradicting almost. Because it says here a new set of passive affixes, and passive to me means that it's, well, as it says, passive. But this doesn't really sound very passive to me. Depending on how many mobs there are affected. One thing, yeah, I don't know, because technically if they would remove Fortified and Tyrannical, then I can see this actually being somewhat maybe manageable. Because right now the purpose of Tyrannical and Fortified is to change the dungeons a lot every week to not make them boring, which I think does work really well. I think Fortified and Tyrannical are doing its job pretty well at the moment. So you don't need these affixes to change the dungeons much more than what Fortified and Tyrannical is already changing them, right? So I think if they would remove Fortified and Tyrannical and instead make these affixes more defining and also force it to change comp more, then that would be like an interesting approach that maybe works. But then at the same time, I just think it feels really bad. Sorry. I just think it feels bad if you want to play one class and then your class really good one week and then it's really shit the next. Like this is especially bad for hybrid classes that only have one spec, right? What are you gonna do if you're a Shadow Priest? I don't think Shadow Priests are gonna have any issues whatsoever because they're broken as fuck, but But they only have one thing they can do. They can't just try and do arcane damage or do bleed damage or do frostfire. Like, if you're a mage or a rogue or like someone that has multiple specs, then you might have the opportunity to change around things a bit and play different stuff. But Shadow Priest can't really do much, right? The problem with seasonal affixes is that it doesn't actually make the dungeon, like it doesn't help with the boring thing at all. Like a seasonal affix does not change the dungeon from week to week. And that's what the purpose of Tyrannical and Fortified is. A seasonal affix does not do that because it's the same every week. Yeah, we should of course delete Dog Evokers. I do agree on that one. Hey, I'm good. What's up? Thanks, 8 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How are you doing? Alright, so we're testing dungeons on PTR. Oh, on PTR? Wait, that means on beta, right? We're not testing anything on PTR, right? Oh no, wait, are they testing this on PTR? No. Because there is something that's called like public test realm that were within 11.0. But I assume like this is not it, right? Yeah, I know that beta is a public test realm, but there's a separate thing that is called the public test realm. Yeah, I assume it's beta, whatever. Yeah, I guess it's for pre-patch testing, yeah. Test period will begin today, Thursday. Wait, what? I assume that's a typo? Wait, it's not Thursday. Thank you, sir, for 19 months of Tati. What's up? June 13th? At 7 p.m. CEST. And Tuesday, June 8th. Oh, Tuesday! Nice. At 7 p.m. Nice. Please note that the test period may be adjusted in event of technical difficulties. Okay, that's very good to know. So Thursday at 7 p.m. That's really late. Oh, we do raid testing on Thursday as well, right? Yeah, I'm gonna do a late stream on Thursday. Yep. Guess we're streaming in the evening on Thursday. That's an expression, today Thursday, as in this week's Thursday? You say that? That's a thing? I never heard that before. Today Thursday? Huh. Poly dungeons are available for testing. All dungeons? Wow, damn. They're really speeding up the tests, huh? This is what said the daily and beta realms to expedite their testing. During the test period, you'll be able to acquire and customize the level and dungeon of mythic keystones by talking to it. And the nearby dungeon teleporter will assist you. Okay. Interesting. so this is rate testing. So 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. on Thursday. Do I do testing on Friday? No, actually I don't do Friday testing because it's only heroic. Ah, fuck. Maybe I do... I wanted to move into the new office on Friday. When do I move into my new office if I don't do it this Friday? If I do it this Friday, it's kind of bad with the testing. I could just do it Saturday. No, I should do it this Friday still. Fuck it, we're just not gonna do these heroic tests. I'm just gonna do test Friday next week. No, Johnny's gonna be here. Oh wait, I'll think about this. How many bosses are there? Are there no bosses? Oh, Wednesday testing. I like that. Wednesday, Thursday. 10th and 11th of July. Wait. 10th and 11th of July. Oh, they do it earlier because of MDI. Or TGP, rather. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Are there only 7 bosses? Oh, they don't test the last one, obviously, yeah. Okay, well, I can do these tests. This one's gonna be a bit difficult. We'll see. I can do normal mode testing on Monday. I should do that. I should do a clear on the 1st of July. Oh, shit, wait. I think I'm on holiday on the 1st of July. Fuck, I am. No. Oh, fuck. Oh. Friday, 11 p.m. That's so late. Fuck. Oh wait, that's Winkle Parade anyway. I can't do this testing. I can't do normal mode tests. Fuck. I'm gonna put this in my calendar. Uh, 11th, 12th. No. 10th, 11th. Rate test. 8 and 9 p.m. 8 to 10 p.m. Dun, dun, dun. Oh yeah. And then next week, I don't know. I'll see. Well, I know that it's normal mode, but I could test the boss then, because if I don't do heroic testing, and I don't do mythic testing, then I don't see the boss at all. Well, okay. So... yeah, I'm wondering how this is gonna look, these weird affixes. I don't know what this is about. This is so strange. Yeah, but I don't know if I can do the mythic test for us. I would have to do testing next week, Friday, when Johnny's here, right? Wait, there's no test next week? Oh, no, but I can't do this test because it's Winkle Parade. I can't do this. Thank you so much for 62 months, Odessa. What's up? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I can't do that. Alright, anyway. Guess we play some dungeons. I'm gonna be back 1 second, and then we're gonna do some dungeons, okay? All right. I just made a coffee. I didn't have coffee in so long. Well, I didn't have my own coffee in so long. I did drink coffee at other places. Thanks for 5 months, Hocus. What's up? Welcome back. Nice. Enjoy your coffee, Theodore. Okay. So, what about the delve thing? Can you still not do delves properly, or like only leveling delves and not like higher tier delve testing? Some cinnamon? No. My coffee is just like the most standard coffee ever. Just coffee. Diluted, watery coffee. With nothing. Dilute it with water. Yeah, you can't do anything in this, you can't go outside, but I guess you have to, you can't really queue up for delves. You could make a dungeon teleporter. A delve teleporter, I mean. Ooh. Let's try heroic. Not available on heroic difficulty, okay. Mythic then. Oh man. Low battery. Guess we're charging our watch. Hey. What did I do? Okay. You can teleport to raids through teleporter only when raid task is available. I know that. But usually there's nothing here, you know? Usually this speak bubble is not even here when testing is not up. So I was thinking maybe it's bugged and maybe you can teleport to raid. You never know. I just tried it out, you know? I just gave it a shot. Means you got beta? Indeed. You can pay for it if you want. For only $60. Actually, I don't know how expensive it is. It's probably more than 60. And plus testing is on Thursday, 7 p.m. CEST. With inflation, that's nothing. $90. Uh-huh. Of course. How are boomies at the I know how moonkings are. There's no content in the game that we can test right now that would show me the strength of a moonkin in comparison to any other class. The only thing you can do is heroic dungeons. And in heroic dungeons, moonkin's not very strong. But that doesn't really mean anything. Okay, I'm gonna have to listen to more upbeat music, otherwise I'm going to... I don't know what I'm gonna do, but it's not gonna be nice. Yeah. It's a Johnny playlist we're listening to. Sublux. I know. Don't worry, we're gonna be awake soon. Did I just see a mailbox here? No, I didn't. I don't think I like the dragon riding in flight form. It's just awkward. Kind of like the call them Valor Stones. That is pretty good though. Oh, we can upgrade some of our items now, I think. With the Valor Stones that we have.
Light your path.
Actually, I don't think 70 is enough. Do we need... I think we need 90, right? Or...
I've been expecting you. Walk with the Earth Mother.
Welcome, friend.
Withered Harbinger Crest? Ruined Harbinger Crest. No, shut, they look basically the same. I can't believe it. Look at that. It's the same color. Oh, that's a Gilded Harbinger? Harbinger? Wait, there's 3 different ones. Nascent Ruined, Nascent Withered. What's the difference between this one and this one? Oh, these are Wildling Crests and these are Dragon Crests. Okay, I got it now. And I have which ones? I have Whelplings, okay. Well, I guess I can't get anything other than Whelplings. So I'm gonna buy this. What item level can you make with this? Not very much. I guess.
Be good.
It's only enchanted runes. And so you can only make like the blue items with this one. Yeah, this one here, basically 577 to 590. 590. Okay, okay, that's. We don't need that. Yeah, I don't know how we do the dynamic versus normal flight form thing. Like, I don't know how they even want to address that issue properly. You know what? I think I'm just gonna turn it because. Okay, so how does it work? If I have dynamic flight enabled, disabled. If I have it disabled, but I use a dragon riding mount. Can I still do dragon riding with them, or are they all the same then? All the same. Fuck. Okay, that's so bad. Nah, come on. Like, we have to change that. Like, I need to cast a spell every time I want to change it? That's so BS, isn't it? Like, I think that's really bad. I don't know, I think that's kind of bullshit. Like, wouldn't it be so nice if we could just have, like, one... Like, that just feels... Or? Like, am I the only one that is, like, kind of bothered by this? Not just... This is not just bad with flight form for a druid, but also for other people. Like, I want to have a binding for... Sorry. I want to have a macro or like a binding for a normal mount and a binding for a flight dragon mount, no? Like, even if I don't have flight form. Because I understand for druids it's even more inconvenient. So how do I change that? That seems incredibly inconvenient. Yeah, because the way it is right now, you use a normal mount for flying, and you use a flight mount, dragon riding mount for dragon riding, right? So if I have to cast 5 seconds to change it around every time. Oh, there's a few mounts that don't have dynamic flight, so there will be normal mounts. Yeah, but if I do a spell ID macro, I still have to cast a 5-second cast. Like, that's the problem. The problem is the 5-second cast. Well, they could make a tap or something. They could just make 2 taps here. Like 2, I don't know, 2 categories that you can switch through here. Kind of similar to here. You see how Druid General, you see this? They should do exactly this, but here in the Mount Journal, and then you just switch them around. So one is your dragon riding mounts and one is your normal mounts, and you can just put them wherever you want. How is it a problem? Well, it's a problem because it's a 5-second cast. How is it not a problem is the question. Like, what if I like dragon riding? But whenever I use my flight form, I want to fly normally. I can't. That's just like impossible. And let's say I want to mount up on my proto dragon to do like normal dragon riding. But if I want to in flight form I want to do normal. I can't do that. I have to cast 5 seconds before I can flight form normally. Warlock pet summon is 5 seconds. Yeah, but do you have to summon a new pet as often as you're mounting up? No. I'm playing WoW since vanilla. Well, it is how often I'm mounting up though. Depending on what I want to do, right? Sometimes I want to change my mount that I'm using every time I mount up. Like, I'm not saying that you do dragon riding into normal flying into dragon riding into normal flying every single time, but there is a possibility that I would want to do that. No, if you have dragon riding on, you do not have to cast your flight form, but your flight form turns into a dragon riding form. That's the issue. Hey Offset, thank you very much. I'm so glad you like my VODs. That's good to hear. I did like some of the dungeons so far. There's also some dungeons I really dislike. Especially the candle dungeon with the card, but we'll see about that. And I haven't tested the old and plus dungeons yet for the first season. What are you doing next? I'm queuing for a dungeon currently, but the average wait time is 18 minutes. You cannot make a macro because to change it, it's a 5-second cast. You cannot circumvent the cast with a macro. That's a very long time. Do you have a real life without WoW? No, in fact. Thanks for asking. Alright, I guess I spawned in this dungeon.
Oh no, my stills! They bypassed the filters! It's running too hot! The mead will be substandard!
Yeah, but there'll be more of it. More meat, more money. That's good business.
Ugh.
Can I just use
It
my...
was my personal directive, my passion! She's ruining everything.
Oh, this is the guy that charges. And these drops so much AoE padding. Who can pad more? So far, I'm not winning. Oh, but it's so close. Can't you just put a non-dragon riding mount on your bars and use that when you want to? Yeah, but there's like very, very few mounts that are not eligible for dragon riding.
Rubians are one thing.
In the Whirlwind, because they changed most of the mounts to be able to dragon mount on them, right? And flight form, I can't use, because flight form is different, right? Like technically, yes, I can enable dragon riding and then put one of these 5 mounts that don't have it enabled into my bar. But then I cannot use my normal Moonkin flight form as a normal mount. not really sure why they made it a cast time. Like, I don't know what they're like afraid of, quote unquote.
That meat.
Like, what is it you could abuse with it being switchable as you go? Can't really think of that much.
You do any more damage, and I'll catch you out. You hear me?
I think they should just remove it now.
You take out my bomb man, my prototype, and my beekeeper.
Oh, we are getting Giga Gear from our boss soon.
You're riding my bees like some nature-loving weirdo.
Wait, what do you
I
mean?
guess I'm gonna have to
You mean
show
today because of
and
reset,
your
or do you mean if there's like some sort of
rocket
catch-up
friend
from the WoW side? Because as far as I'm aware, there's no catch-up. But of course, you're all gonna be lucky today and get the best loot ever from your vaults. I 100% believe in my American friends. Oh, these guys heal! Ah, I get it now. I'm just increasing it. You have to kill these one by one.
Alright, you may have gotten my employee.
Animation issues when using the ability
But
mid-flight.
now, you're dealing with the
Well, I mean,
people.
you can just make it so you can't use it mid-flight, right?
You won't be taking this metering from me!
Yeah, I'm personally really not sure why they make the dynamic flight versus normal flight a cast time. Because can anyone like come up with like a downside for it being an instant toggle that you can like macro or whatever? Because yeah, maybe there's like some issues if you cast it while mounting, but they can just make it so you can't use it while you're already on your mount. Like they can just change that. They say, okay, you can't use this while mounted. If that would be the problem. And we just queued for 18 minutes and only managed to do the last boss. Farming bots. Yeah, but what would the farming bots abuse?
She's gone.
Is the question.
Oh, thank the hive.
Like, what is it you get the
It was a
benefit
grave
of
error
switching it
listening to
immediately?
Goldie.
Like, I can't really think of anything that is
But
like really
because
good.
of you, I can hire back my workers and get back in business. Thanks again.
It's a character-wide function? Why is that? Why even make it character-wide? That's strange. Hey, Bunny. Profession gathering. I mean... I don't know. No, I don't mean like an... Wait. No, wait, the toggle is per mount? Wait, the toggle is per mount? No, it's not, right? Oh, you mean for the whole character? I thought for the whole account. Oh, I thought it's account-wide. Okay. You spam somebody might cause a weird error breaking your character. I mean... Just fix that error then, or... Like... I don't know, but I guess so. They can just add a cooldown to it. Instead of a cast time, they can add a cooldown. That would be better. So instead of it being a 5-second cast time, they can just make it a 5-second cooldown. That would be infinitely better. Because then it prevents, it fixes the same issues. So people can't spam it. But then I can macro it normally. There you go. Fixed. Can you break down your finances for us? My finances? In real life? Yeah, I'm kind of poor. I owe the bank a lot of money. If you want to help me out with that, just let me know. Good night, Tiffin. Good night. Do you have a day job? I do not. I'm unemployed. Maybe I should go get a job if I want to pay the bank back. Hey, Odessa. Maybe we should get a real job, guys. What job would you get? I mean, that's such a good question. I do not know. The important thing would be, okay, if I would actually have a second job, sorry, a job, a real job, then I would have to, then I would want a job that has like a fixed schedule, super like regular job hours, no Saturday, Sunday, of course. Super regular job, and I don't have to think about my job outside of my job. That would be my dream. Whatever that may be. Also, I'm not really sure I want to work with any other human being. Well, actually, other human beings, yes, but no customers. No customer interaction, please. Absolutely do not want to speak to customers. Exactly, Sephiroth. Software developer? Well, yeah. Just, I'm just gonna ask ChatGPT to teach me how to code real quick. Oh no, I wouldn't want it to be a remote job, no. I want to go to an office at very regular hours with other human beings that work there. Like I want to have, I've never in my life had like coworkers. I want to have coworkers. And I want to be in an office. And I want to have regular hours. That'd be great. I'm an albatross. I want water cooler talk, yeah. Flip patties at McDonald's. Well, it also shouldn't be like super boring, of course. That's the other thing. It can't be like the same thing all day in, day out. Can I pet puppies as a job? Is that a thing? You can, but you might not get paid for it. I would like to be a professional walker. I would like to walk around. Is that a thing? Just like from 1 a.m. to noon, then take a lunch break, and then walk again from 1 to 5. Just like stroll around. And when it's raining or it's bad weather, then I can't walk, so that's my day off. Walk around with coworkers, serious old people running from aged care facilities. Yeah, I guess the coworkers would be a bit difficult then. True, the coworkers would be a difficult part in this one. You could go into electric scooter sales. Ooh, this is a good point, John. Ooh, I could walk dogs for a living. Oh my god, I should do that. That's it. That's it. And then I could have other people who also walk dogs for a living, and then we could walk together. Yeah, that'd be it. Yeah, dog walking, that's my dream job. There we go. Yeah, I'd be touching grass. I'd be getting the vitamin D in. If it's raining, we're just gonna... Well, I'm not made of sugar, right? So I can walk when it's raining. Alright, I'm just gonna go in. Let's go. Wait, did I not do this dungeon? Oh, this is the... Is this the dungeon with the Dawnbreaker? Oh, no, it's a monastery dungeon, right? Monastery. Yeah, it's a monastery. Okay, that dungeon's pretty cool, I think. Take large, I less. But I just used my cooldowns. Oh, this mage is just pulling. I kind of hope the mage dies. Sorry. But the mage just pulled everything because they have cooldowns ready. What the fuck? That's so VM. It's like, oh, I have cooldowns. Just pull all. What the fuck? Well, at least the DK out DPS them. That's something. It looks like a BFA dungeon to you, really? What happens when you press this orb? They're just gonna buff or something? Okay, I have cooldowns. Pull everything, guys. Pull all. The recycling is real. Oh, I mean, like, I personally think it's hard to make everything look very different because this game is just so fucking old. Yeah. Like, you can't just redesign the whole, like, everything every time. I think this dungeon looks cool. Like, I like the trees a lot, the design. I don't know. I don't think this is a bad dungeon, design-wise. Like, it is true that they recycle a lot of stuff, but if something looks cool, I think... You know, it's hard to make things look completely different. On a 20-year-old game. I don't know. Do you not like the design of this, or? Hey Foxtrot, thanks for 31 months. What's up, what's up? Yeah, I do like most of the dungeon. There's some, like, I mean, I obviously dislike the Cobalt dungeon. Like, I think that one, I feel like that dungeon is just bad everything. Like, I really do like the idea of the dungeon, but as like a scenario for like a one-time thing. Like if I would have to do that one time for like a quest or like a lore quest or whatever, then I would have been like, oh, kind of cool. But to make that a dungeon, like that is... If it would have been a delve, they should have made it a delve. I don't know why they made it a dungeon. But everything about the dungeon is bad. Also, I don't really like the design of it. I mean, it's not that I dislike it. I just don't think it's like extra special because it's inside of a cave. And everything that's inside of a cave is like... Yeah, I mean... It's a fucking cave with kobolds. And like mine carts. But outside of that dungeon, I think most of them that I played, design-wise, look cute. But I'm gonna wait until I can test them in Plus, because obviously right now it's heroic testing and it's all kind of like... I still don't know what this orb does. Withholding magic. Where did all these mobs come from? I guess the mage pulled them. The mage is upset that we're not pulling the whole dungeon. Defense. I want to see if this stacks. Oh, it ran out. Wait, wasn't this an orb of mine? Oh, it's a dummy. Okay. Yeah, priest or paladin to get the buff. What does the buff do if you're a priest or paladin? Can't you see?
Don't have a target.
DPS increase? How much? For only them or for the group? Oh, even a damage taken reduction. Oh. Interesting. I can't believe they're giving another buff to priests as if they aren't necessary enough for dungeons. It's like, how could we make priests more necessary for keys? Ah, we should give them a buff that only they can use, and paladins. Yeah. That is a very good idea. Mage or Lock is better DPS? I'm gonna go with Mage. When in doubt, play Mage. Holy shit, this is dying too fast. We're playing 500% trash and I like it. We're exploring the whole dungeon here. Same Metacom as now? I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say it's gonna be the same Metacom as now. There's a lot of things that can change from one expansion to the next. It mainly depends on dungeon tuning, I think. A big reason why we have the comp that we have right now is because the dungeon's first barrier is survivability and not the timer. If they change the first like wall to be the timer rather than surviving, then Aug Evokers probably are not going to be that important anymore. Mages are still going to be very important. Mages are just... Well, actually, mages also lose a lot of relevance if Aug Evokers are not part of the group anymore. Because a big reason why mages are so strong is because Arcane Intellect is so strong in combination with Aug Evokers.
Ours is the true path
Arcane
to the
Intellect loses a
Arathi.
lot of value without Aug Evokers, and if melee classes are really good, right? Because if you're running a melee comp, then Intellect doesn't really do that much. So if we run a melee focused comp, then mages also might not be necessarily meta.
By fang and claw. Show them the power of the flame.
Why does Bliss make one or two class OP and the other class so trash? What's the point?
By fang and claw.
I mean, I don't think they actually do that on purpose, yeah? And, like, damage-wise, the reason why some classes are so OP is mainly, in a class specifically, is because of, class buffs, mainly. And that one... Like, I personally think the class buffs should be disabled in M+. That would change the meta for the better so much. I don't think class buffs are necessary at all in Mythic Plus. Because the purpose of class buffs is to diversify the raiding compositions. But it does the complete opposite in Mythic Plus. In Mythic Plus, I think class buffs are doing literally the opposite. Like they're narrowing down the amount of class you can bring, or that you want to bring rather. I know that you can bring anything you want, but I think class buffs in M+ are not at all what Blizzard wants class buffs to do, and therefore I think they should just disable them.
To the Empire has passed. Soon.
Because what's the purpose of having class buffs when all they do is almost force you to bring certain classes, and other class buffs are not as desirable, and therefore they're just not brought at all? Like, what's the purpose of that? Like, for example, think of monks. Monks have a class buff, like they have extra physical damage, which is a really strong class buff for raiding. Like, doing extra physical damage is really strong, right? But in a class, it's not really relevant if you're running a range comp. Then what does it do? Nothing. So what's the purpose of having class buffs when they do the opposite of what you want? Hey, Actions Monk. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that. Well, I actually think the kept target thing is not actually that big of a deal.
Baron,
not as big of a deal as class buffs. Because I'm just like, obviously, if you're kept, if you're target kept, it obviously does cause issues. But usually they can do something really well that others cannot do well. Like, for example, Enhancement Shamans had this time in Season 1 where they were really, really strong because they had really good single target focus damage, like funnel damage. So there were some classes who did like insane AoE, and then there were shamans who did funnel damage, right? And then yes, they didn't look so good on the damage meters overall, but they did super, super important damage because they were the ones that killed the main targets while other people AoE'd, right? So I don't think that being target capped is like a super big problem in a class if you have other things that you're good at, right? The problem is just when there's classes that are not target cut and they can do other things even better than you can too. Like for example, Shadow Priest right now has insane single target damage while also having insane AoE and not being target capped. Shadow Priest can just do everything that you want a class to do. And you have a class buff. And they buff others with PI, like... Of course you can't compete with that, like... Yeah, that's what I mean, they have funnel as well. They have single target, funnel, AoE, they have everything. It's kind of insane. I'd be doing so much damage if this trash would live a bit longer. But it doesn't. And the problem with Mage is just, like, I think Mage has way too much utility from, like, for Mythic Plus. I don't think that's okay. Oh, this guy's evading. I do want to say that it's also, like, very specific utility that is only really super relevant when you run a ranged comp. Because mainly it's the fact that they have Arcane Intellect. And Arcane Intellect is somewhat situational. But then they also have Mass Barrier and they have Bloodlust. It's kind of a lot. Wait, why do I take road? Why are we taking so much damage?
Foolish outsiders. Beledar's sacred flame will simply raise him back to duty.
Yeah, you also have Mass Invis, which to be fair... Yeah, I mean Mass Invis, yeah... There's this weird thing with Mass Invis and with Shroud, where it lost so much value because all of the mobs that you want to skip just now have stealth detection, kind of. So the only ones that are still helpful to skip those mobs are Mindsuit or Shadow Priest. But now you can't Mindsuit them anyway either, so I guess you're just not skipping anything anymore at this point.
Beledar's sacred flame will simply raise
Thank you, Physics, I appreciate that. I still feel very weird with it, but I'm sure I'm gonna get used to it eventually.
The sacred flame will cleanse your transgression.
Yeah, the thing about mages is that if you have to take one class... actually, I don't want to say class. I want to... like a role. If you have to choose one role that has been meta the most in the history of Mythic Plus, then it's mage and it's not even close. Right? Like, I don't actually have the statistics for this, yeah? But I don't think there's a shot that any other class has been more, like, meta than mage. Right? Like, I can't think of anything. It must be, like, by a mile.
Ye little thing.
My place
this room a lot. It's very cute.
The Empire will see you burn.
I like this dungeon. This dungeon is fun. I'm a big fan. Oh, I guess we're leaving. I mean, rogues definitely have been really strong too, but they lost kind of like... I don't even think that rogues are the second. Do you think rogues are the second most played class in a plus? I mean, it could be rogue. It could be. Maybe. I think it might be rogue. From the damage dealers. Because there hasn't been any other damage dealer that has been like meta for that long. Because I mean, Shadow Priest is really strong now, but it was pretty bad before. Hunter could be. Because Hunter was pretty good in like the first couple of seasons, and then we had the survival hunter meta thing going on. But probably still rogue over hunter. Yeah, Priest has been meta the entire Dragonflight, but that's only 4 seasons, right? Priest has never been meta before. I don't know, it's hard to tell. It could I don't think it's Moonkin, but I mean, nah, probably not. Moonkin has been meta a lot too in the past, but only like a season here and there. You know, there wasn't like a whole expansion where Moonkin was super good. Windwalker could be too, but I don't think Windwalker was stronger than Rogue. Yeah, it's probably Mage by Mile and then Rogue. Yeah, I think so too. I think it's Mage and then Rogue. Alright, well, this dungeon was nice. Headshot. Man, Venthyr Moonkin was so miserable to play in Plus. God, I hated it so much. I'm so glad that Venthyr hasn't been brought back. And I'm so glad that Convoke is just always bad. I hope that Convoke will never be good. I don't want to play that. I know how many people loved Convoke, but I just hated it so much. Like, the animation is cool and all, but... God. It was also just so shitty for AoE. Ugh. I hated Venthyr right too. And Venthyr, I didn't like it. I hate it when you're super reliant on cooldowns and the cooldowns are super long. Like, it's just a I thought it was like really bad. It was bad for the player in my opinion, and bad for boss design too. Because all of a sudden you had so much damage every 3 minutes and then nothing outside of it. It's kind of shitty. Hey Leon, what's up? Thank you so much for 21 months. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, Venthyr, I don't know. Dun, dun, dun. Have there been any other news that I forgot about, by the way, that I didn't check out? Guys, we have so much stuff to do before the expansion comes out. Oh my god, I can't believe the expansion comes out end of August. I kind of initially, you know when I said that it's gonna come out August and everyone was like, no. And then I changed my mind too, eventually, because we didn't have any raid testing and nothing going on. So I was like, okay, there's no way they can still release it in August. And now they're releasing it in August. It is end of August, but still. I had it saved in my calendar. I had like a big block in August, where it was like maybe the War Within release, and then I had deleted it eventually because I was thinking, okay, it's no way, and now it's still come out in August. Oh yeah, I should be watching Dratnos' take on the affixes. That's a good point. Yeah, let's see what Dratnos says.
Hello everybody, my name is Dratnos, and in today's video we have a dungeon and affix updates. This is something that initially we were thinking that affixes were unlikely to get a big look at War Within, because they said in one of the earlier interviews that it wasn't something they were...
Can we watch this while doing the dungeon? Wait a second, I need to put this on my second monitor. That'd be cute. So we do this, and then that, and then this. Then we make it very small, and then we put it up here. We're stealing content while we play video games.
Likely to do, basically, but it looks like that has changed. So,
perfect.
Greetings. With the War Within beta now underway, we are excited to share additional updates regarding dungeons and the affix system.
Is it loud
Heroic
enough?
and Mythic dungeons. In Season 4, we experimented with our existing dungeon difficulty progression to offer additional endgame options for players who enjoy more methodical dungeon gameplay. This was the moving, basically, the difficulty of Heroic.
I'm gonna turn this up. Let's see.
I don't have a target.
How do I turn this up? Is this main sound? This other one is also main sound. I guess I just turned down dungeon sound. Well, but that doesn't really change it. That's not fixing it, because then my mic in relation is still loud. Or quiet. Loud, I mean, yeah. No, that's the word. Well, whatever. Let's just make it quiet anyway. For now.
And Mythic 0 dungeons up, and arguably
That's so
adding
quiet.
hard mode Dawn of the Infinite as like a, you know, sort of like an untimed +10 that you can do. This updated dungeon difficulty progression is also an opportunity for players that do enjoy Mythic Keystones to have a place to build mastery over dungeons before the pressures of a timer kick in. You can read more about those changes in depth here, which is going to be that earlier post. We've already read that. We plan to continue this model of progression into War Within with some exciting updates. Normal. This difficulty
it's so
is
hot in
unchanged.
here.
This difficulty always includes our 8 War Within dungeons. Heroic. The tuning and rewards of this difficulty are increasing to be equivalent to a baseline Mythic dungeon in the previous system. When they say previous system here, they're not referring to Season 4, they're referring to before Season 3. So this is unchanged as of Season 4. It already works this way on live right now. New mechanics and other adjustments from Mythic won't be present, and it remains queuable, although it looks like this is not going to be queuable until Season 1 starts, so for the first, 2 weeks, you're going to need to actually go there yourself. They're going to be on a lockout rather than the kind of queuable non-lockout system that you can get with random heroics.
There's a lot of patrols in this
at least that's how
dungeon.
it's working on.
It is Spider Dungeons, maybe
beta
also
right
not my
now,
favorite.
and
I mean, I don't
there's some
hate it,
strings
but
to suggest that in the data mining. Starting with
I
Season
don't
1,
know.
Heroic difficulty will feature our
We'll see.
roster of seasonal dungeons. So this is a big change. Now we're going to have basically right now in Season 4, all the Dragonflight dungeons are in the season, so you wouldn't really feel a difference with this. But imagine if it was like Season 2, and instead of having Heroic Algathar Academy in the rotation, that's no longer available, and Heroic,
yeah, this is what I
Vortex
was
Pinnacle and
said
stuff
too. Like, this is actually really
instead.
nice in my opinion.
Which seems good.
So people don't have
that
to
seems like a
farm
good thing,
other
especially
trinkets and
given that
stuff.
you can get some, decently reasonable item level rewards out of Heroic. That if there was a particularly good dungeon trinket from a dungeon that wasn't in rotation,
I'm
it'd be
glad
kind
you
of
agree
weird
with
if
me,
you wanted to farm
Dratnos.
that dungeon on Heroic to get it. It's sort of like it's just weird whenever there's stuff that is available at certain
Thank
high level
you.
brackets, and then if it's overtuned enough, then you're hunting it down in some low content. And also, this helps with the goal of being able to actually build mastery over the dungeons, the ones that are in that season. However, this does mean that
Nice one.
if you're a Heroic
I got
dungeon
you
player,
covered.
which I assume a lot of the player base that kind of caps out at heroic dungeons probably won't actually like this. Like this will be nice for the people that heroic dungeons are a stepping stone to higher content, because it helps make it a better stepping stone. But if you're a kind of player who logs into each WoW expansion, you know, very casually, maybe you play for a few weeks at the start of the expansion, and then you touch it for a week or two every patch or so, this is probably going to be pretty jarring, and you'd maybe rather have heroic just be the War Within dungeons. I'm not sure on that. I'm not sure how many players
That's
fit
a good
that
point,
bill,
I guess.
But, that's my suspicion.
Maybe.
Mythic,
Yeah.
the tuning, so this is again the Season 4 change on the tuning. No timers, affixes, or limitations to changing specs. The goal is to create a mega dungeon-like difficulty for this experience. Should present a meaningful challenge and provide commensurate rewards without the pressure of the M+ system. And it will feature our roster of seasonal dungeons, and it will be unavailable until Season 1 begins. And it'll now have a daily lockout, changed from weekly in the previous system.
The daily lockout is
Mythic
interesting.
dungeons on a daily lockout would be pretty important for min-maxing if they started before Season 1. But since they start at the same time as Season 1, then it's going to be the same time that you have Heroic Raid available. There will probably still be some benefit to doing daily sweeps of all the Mythic difficulty dungeons.
You think
for the
so?
first, like...
He thinks it's worth to do a sweep. I don't think it is worth it. Well, I mean, it's. I think it would be worth it for people that cannot do higher than 10 keys, right? Or people that cannot do 10 keys. Because if you can just do higher and plus keys, then I don't see any benefit of doing the Mythic Zero version of it. Or can you think of anything? Because that was my... I was afraid of that initially too when I saw that it has a daily lockout, but because whenever something has a daily lockout, it has this like... There's this like thought process, like what if I have to do this every day? But I think if you can do higher and plus keys, like if you're a player that can do and plus or higher levels, then I don't think there would be any benefit of you doing the Mythic Zero version, I guess. But I'm not 100% sure. Maybe it's fast? Nah. I don't know. For people that cannot do a plus dungeons on a high level, then they would have to do it. But then at that point, it would also not be like a negative thing. It wouldn't be a downside. Well, and plus always comes out at the same time as the heroic raid comes out, the normal mode raid, unless they have changed it this time around. Because we do get different splits this time, right? Like for Dragonflight, we always had heroic and mythic release at the same time, and then Mythic Plus also came out at the same time. But before we had that, before Dragonflight, we always had heroic and normal mode first, and then Mythic later. And then Mythic Plus came out with normal and heroic at the same time, but the loot was kept.
Incompetent drones. I will end you myself.
Not sure if they would do something like this again. The loot was kept at like a certain level that you couldn't during the normal and heroic week. And the vault was kept as well. I think the cap was always a little bit different. Like, I remember there were times where the maximum loot you could get was a +5 or +6 or something. It was a bit different from season to season. Now with the new system, maybe we don't get... Maybe we only get... Huh, it's possible that we don't get M+ loot at all, or high rewards for M+, because it was 5 to 6 in BFA. Yeah, I remember that. Because right now, with the new scaling system of dungeons, the loot that we get from like a +2 is the equivalent of like a
Once
10, right?
thrived under the guidance of the Black Emperor.
So maybe you don't get higher loot in Mythic Plus at all compared to the Mythic Zero dungeons?
To reclaim that glory.
possibly in the first season, in the first week. I mean, of course.
And the black blood.
We would have to see about that.
Like 2 or 3 days of that week, but pretty quickly after that, I don't think people are going to have that many upgrades from those dungeons if they are the like Giga Min Maxi players. And then for other types of players, it'll be nice that, you know, the dungeons just are on a daily lockout. You're less likely to be locked when your friends want to do mythic dungeons, so that seems good. The seasonal dungeons are the following. This was already known, but it's Stone Vault, Dawnbreaker, Arakara, and City of Threads are the War Within dungeons, and then Grimmitol, Necrotic Wake, Mist Eternity Scythe, and Siege are the returning dungeons, which, you know, I've been doing this content with Max over on his Twitch stream and then on his YouTube channel. You should check it out. It's pretty cool, where we talk about various like dungeon and raid topics, do some lists, do some drafts, that kind of stuff. And one of them was worst dungeons of all time, and I'm sad to report that multiple dungeons from this list were in multiple people's lists. On
Man, I actually saw some of the lists that they made, and I cannot believe that they put Wakecrest Manor up there. So many people put Wakecrest Manor as one of like the best dungeons ever. Can't believe it. I should make a tier list for dungeons. My tier list is definitely gonna look different though. I don't know why. Like some dungeons I agree with, but then sometimes I have such a different opinion. Like Wakecrest Manor, I hated Wakecrest Manor. I don't know why so many people love that dungeon. I think Doriki put it on 1 even? Or was it? I mean, who was it that put it on 1? I don't remember. No, it wasn't Dorky, I don't think. Oh, this is where you have to step into the pool, right? Yeah. So this lady like pulls you in at some point? And now you have to jump into this pool, so don't take damage, like this. There you go.
That video, so we'll see. Hopefully they've got some good tune-ups to them to make them better when they come back here. M+. So M+ is going to carry forward. Rewards up to level 10, starting with, you know, a +2 that would have been a +11 in the previous M+ system. Again, this is a Season 4 change. This is already live. And this is also already live, but the basic idea is that the growth is the same, right? Going from a +2 to a +5 is the same as going from, in the previous system, or in the new system is the same as going from a +11 to a +15. Although I guess technically there's one extra number in there that's gotten hidden away there, right? If +2 is the same as +11, +3 would be the same as +12.
Yeah.
+4 would be +13. +5 would be +14. Oh wait, but it's supposed to be +15 here, so they've snuck one level in into their equivalents here, but it's all kind of wishy-washy anyways.
Yeah.
The main idea is that the slope is the same, which again, if you've played Season 4, you're familiar with that. But we intend to better align the difficulty, reward and difficulty increases by updating the introduction points of affixes in Season 1. So +2, Fort and Tyrant come in. +4, a new set of passive affixes. And +7, Bursting and Bolstering.
All right.
Bolstering, etc. Every time there's an affix change post, they always burst our bubble, or bolster our bubble, as it were, pretty early by reminding us that bolstering is still going to be in the game somewhere early in there. But a new set of passive affixes coming in at +4, and notably +7 is going to be where that
Really?
third
You like the
affix
Necrotic
gets
Wake?
added in. Now,
I personally didn't like the Necrotic Wake.
one of the things about Season 4 that's been interesting is that the third affix doesn't get added until +10 on Season 4, which creates some good things and some bad things. The good thing is that if the level 10 affix is bad, you just don't have to play it, right? And you can farm the highest level stuff, basically, out of +9s. You know, you're missing out on a tiny bit of value from your vault, but other than that, you're getting the highest level stuff. So the good thing is you can dodge those annoying affixes. But the flip side of that, from Blizzard's perspective, is like, oh, hang on, this is a weird play pattern. We don't like that. Now, you could look at that as Blizzard and be like, huh, players are having more fun without this affix. they're choosing to farm lower level content just so that they can dodge our
from
affix.
+7 instead of +9 now?
But it's bolstering. Maybe we should have a think about
Wait.
whether the bolstering is something that
+7
is
instead of
making our
+10?
game more or less fun. Unfortunately, they didn't have that thought, and they've instead just brought it down to a lower key level.
Yeah,
but
okay, I didn't
looks like
even
we've got a new
notice
set
that.
of
Yeah,
affixes,
true.
so I'll hold my scathing criticism until we read the rest of this post at least.
Don't worry
but,
about this.
Yeah, bolstering sucks. I hate it. Dungeon ratings should be equivalent to what they were in the previous one, and there should be a smaller range of keystone levels to find groups for, more meaningful progression between each level. Again, this part is very easy to... It's very easy to figure out that this part doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah.
Like, if a +5 is as hard as a +15, and a +10 is as hard as a +20, where is the more meaningful progression between each level, right? Going from a +5 to a +6 is 1 key level, and going from a +15 to a +16 is 1 key level. So this part has always been suspicious for me. Smaller range of keystones, sure, they've lopped off a bunch of keystone levels, so those are now in the M0
I agree. Like, that
difficulty.
really doesn't make
But more
any
meaningful
sense.
progression between each level would indicate that they've changed the slope beyond just the kind of 1 key level math thing that has gone away here, which it doesn't happen. So
Hey, Anders,
this part
I'm good.
is
How are
always,
you?
has struck me as weird. I guess you could make the argument that affixes are getting added in this key level range where they weren't before, but that's the only thing you could say there. Okay, affixes. Before we dive into the specifics of the new affixes, we would like to outline
I'm so
our
interested
goals
to
and
hear
purpose
Dratnos'
these
take on
affixes
this.
serve. Our overarching goal is to minimize the mechanical overlap between affixes and dungeon trash design in the +4 bucket. We aim to achieve this through a more passive approach, focusing on the following objectives. Shift the source of challenge to the dungeon itself, by simplifying affix design and emphasizing creature abilities, reduce visual noise nameplate cutter and coggy load on players during trash combat, allow for varied and context-specific gameplay decisions, depending on the dungeons they're applied to. These seem like great goals, so cool. Additionally, these affixes will include a positive effect. Wow, this has been something they've been extremely reluctant to
Oh, it does say
experiment
positive
with
effect here.
in the non-seasonal affix spot, despite it being, I think, a very common, every time I stream, 3 or 4 times throughout the stream, somebody comes into their chat and types their manifesto of, like, here's what they should do to change the game, make it better. Invariably, one of those things is always kiss curse affixes. Affixes that give you some kind of benefit as well. And Blizzard has been asked about this a few times in a few of their interviews, and they've given various, lawyerly answers about why they don't like it. But it looks like many of these things, they have been thinking about it behind the scenes.
You should come with us to do snowboard in Whistler in BC, Canada. I would love to go skiing or snowboarding in Canada.
Allowing each spec additional opportunities to excel during the seasons. They should feel like
Yeah,
a
I
bonus,
love that.
offering an advantage for different damage profiles each week without being essential
going
to
on a
complete
skiing
dungeon.
holiday when you
Players
live
will
in
have
the
opportunity
mountains
to flex
is-
towards different talents, gearing options, and consumables to capitalize on these
Is
effects.
she my brother?
So
You
this is an
both call
interesting way of
Akila.
doing positive effects. This could mean that
Oh my God.
different every spec might have a chance to be viable just because it benefits well from a certain level 4 affix, and then it can get its score and get rank 1 on the ladder that week. It's a very thin line where you can make these effects feel good and
spider
impactful,
meme,
and not just be like, well, this is stupid, I don't get a benefit from this affix this week, I'm not going to play this week. So we have to see exactly where this lands, but it's ambitious. Let's see what we got.
I do agree. I mean, it's hard to tell because it's true that whenever we had affix like afflicted or incorporeal, well, incorporeal maybe not so much, but afflicted was an affix that really promoted certain raging as well. Certain classes had something to deal with them with the affixes, and other classes did not. So it kind of encouraged players to invite some of these classes that can deal with those affixes, right? But only to a certain extent, like, cause it wasn't as narrow. Because the amount of people that can dispel are a lot. Like, there's so many classes that can dispel, right? So it didn't really narrow down what you can invite by that much. Of course, it removed some classes that cannot dispel, but there was still like a big pool of classes left. Same goes with Incorporeal, and same goes with, well, Raging maybe not so much. Raging is a lot more narrow. Like, there aren't that many classes that can dispel Raging, really just Druid, Hunter, Evoker, Rogue, like, like the only real class that can do it. So I guess raging was a bit more restrictive. And these affixes here, the new ones, they kind of do the opposite. So instead of having certain classes that cannot deal with the affix, they basically say, okay, certain classes have an advantage. It's not that I'm useless this week. It's like I just don't get the bonus this week. Which I'm not sure if it will end up being the same thing or not. And they're also narrowing it down a bit more, I think. Because the damage increase of the schools, I do think it narrows it down a bit more. Thank you so much, 87 months, Evernude. What's up? Is bearded Dreadnoughts more powerful than clean-shaven Dreadnoughts? Certainly. I think bearded Dreadnoughts is certainly more powerful. Too complex, just split kiss effect to magic and physical bonus. But what do you mean? Because at that point, it's void. Like if you want a damage increase, like if you want a positive effect. Yeah, I honestly don't like positive effects. Like I understand so many people have been asking for them, but I think positive effects are actually very complex to make them work properly without them being weird as fuck. Because if you just like make a flat damage increase, then what's the point of even having it? Like you can't just say, oh, everyone does 10% more damage to this mob. Well, then you might as well just not have it in there. And other positive effects, it depends which positive effect it is, but like really using positive effects properly is actually very difficult to do. The only, like I think it's a lot harder to min-max a positive effect than it is to not mess up a negative effect. The only difference is that it doesn't feel so bad if you mess it up, but only like in like an obvious way. Like if you mess up a positive effect and you don't get a full benefit out of it, then you don't notice it as much. Like for example, let's say you have an Aug Evoker in your group. If your Aug Evoker does not contribute as much damage to your teammates, you don't notice it as much. Does it still give you a negative effect that your Aug Evoker played bad? Yes. But it's not as obvious to you. With a negative effect, it's not the same. If you mess up at something negative, you immediately see the negative result, right? If you don't, like if you do less damage, you immediately see it because you get a negative debuff. If the mob heals, you can immediately see it. If the mob bolsters, you can immediately see it, right? Like all of these negative effects, you see them immediately and they have like immediate impact and it will be a lot more obvious. Not utilizing a positive effect to its full potential is not as obvious. And that's like the only difference, that it makes people feel less bad for not fully using it. But because that is the case, I think the delta between like an average group and a really good group will increase by quite a lot. Just because a really good group, like the high-end groups, the ones that do the highest possible keys, they will be using their positive buffs to its fullest potential because they know what the fuck they're doing. And an average and plus group will not. In fact, they will probably gain a lot less benefit out of it, which makes tuning very difficult. And it also makes like it makes dungeon tuning very difficult, because if the best groups utilize the positive buffs super well and they get like an insane benefit out of them, and an average group gets only half the benefit, then tuning dungeon is very hard around that aspect, right? It's kind of similar to how Aug Evokers function, right? Aug Evokers are super good for high keys because people utilize them really well. And on an average key, an Aug Evoker is kind of shitty and no one wants to invite them. because people are not using them properly. Same with raiding as well too. I think the like best guilds in the world, they utilize Augmenvokers really well, and then an average guild gets a lot less bonus out of them, which creates a pretty big differential between like the amount of damage and the amount of survivability you're gaining from them, and that makes tuning very hard for Blizzard, that is.
Reckless, new affix. Non-boss
anyway, let's see what
enemies
Dreadnought says
without
about this.
mana ignore armor with their attacks, but their armor is reduced by 30%, and they take 10% increased arcane damage. Okay, so you're going to basically do more physical damage and more arcane damage to trash mobs, so non-boss enemies, without mana.
Why don't they try the first 2 weeks of M+ with no affixes and just creature scaling HP with key level, guaranteed to be a much better system? I agree, it would be a guaranteed better experience for the first 2 weeks. 100%. I 100% agree with you. If you have no affixes, but only key level scaling, the first 2 weeks would be much, much better for everyone. Everyone would love it a lot more. The thing is, the reason why affixes exist, the whole purpose of affixes, is to not make dungeons boring over the course of a longer period of time. So yes, within the first month or so, people would love to not have any affixes. And then as soon as like the second, third month comes around, people would be getting really bored. And people would have reached the ceiling of dungeons already really, really early. Like people would be stuck and not be able to progress any further because there's no changes anymore. Right now, people do key levels and then they're like, okay, maybe I can do hierarchies next week. So they wait for next week because maybe the affixes are better, right? So you do, let's say you do a 19 key and you're like, oh, maybe we can do a 20 next week. And then next week you're like, okay, let's try the 20. And then you can maybe do it or maybe not. And then you always have this like thing in your mind where it's like, maybe the next affixes are going to be easier for this dungeon or for this key level or whatever. And then you always have this like thing in your mind where like, okay, let's wait. Let's try it again that week. Let's try it again then. If there's no affixes, that's not a thought that you have because there's nothing that changes other than your own power level from gear. So if you're geared past the slot, then without any affixes, you will reach a point of not being able to progress pretty early on or much earlier than you would with affixes. And therefore dungeons would get boring a lot quicker, at least for like high-end players. Now, of course, if you're like a more casual player that only plays dungeons here and there, then you probably wouldn't get bored of no affixes because you don't play that much. But affixes are really just meant to be for the replayability of Mythic Plus, which is aimed at players that want to play in Plus a lot, right? And then affixes do serve a purpose. Oh no, it's the candle dungeon. Fuck. Okay, let's listen to Jatnos talk about affixes. Oh god.
It's reduced by 30%, and they take 10% increased arcane damage. Okay, so you're going to basically do more physical damage and more arcane damage to trash mobs, so non-boss enemies, without mana. Interesting take on this. So this is what they mean by different damage profiles. It's not like AoE or single target necessarily, but it is, in this case, physical and arcane will do more damage on this week. Thorn. Non-boss enemies without mana inflict physical damage to their attackers when attacked, but take 10% increased holy and shadow damage. This one seems very, very likely to be suspicious, because how do you make it a amount of physical damage that people will feel without it being an amount that is going to just turbo nuke people? Exactly. That is a very narrow range there. You can see this with abilities, Thorns-like abilities, even at the start of Ultimate Legacy of Tyr, but also in every other game, any game that has some kind of reflect, damage reflection ability, it is an extremely narrow range before you go from insignificant incoming damage to one-shot yourself incoming damage.
Yeah, I agree with Red Nose, but I think it's also like partially because, as I said earlier, like some of the abilities are just not tuned properly. Well, it's not about tuning, it's about coding. Like some abilities are just coded wrong for this type of thing. Because the way it's written is they inflict physical damage to their attackers when attacked. So the way this should work, in theory, is that it needs to have like an inner cooldown or something. Or they need to change every ability and code every ability properly to not count as multiple attacks, right? Which there's so many abilities that count as multiple attacks. Or even melee attacks shouldn't be counting, right? Because some melee have multiple melee swings, and if each melee swing counts as an attack, when you have Wind Fury and other buffs, like, how are you supposed to, like, you're just gonna die, right? In comparison to a caster who casts very little spells, right? But then some casters have abilities, as I said earlier, like for example, Fury of Elune, this beam that goes down, each individual tick of Fury of Elune counts as an attack at the moment. And we have a class tree as Moonkin where we spawn random Fury of Elunes, like from Moonfires. So we wouldn't even be able to control it. You see how this beam just spawned? I didn't make it spawn, it just happened. And if that spawns on one of these thorned mobs, I'm just gonna die. Even though, like, and I couldn't control it. So I think that the main thing that I always think that affixes need to have, like the most important thing, in my opinion, to affixes, is that I need to be able to play around them without me getting punished or without me having a downside that I cannot really control with how I play the game. Because that's like the most bullshit affixes. The most bullshit affixes are the ones that give you a negative effect without you really being able to do anything against it, right? That's what I hate the most about affixes. Like, for example, whenever we have Afflicted or Incorporeal and you cannot do anything against them. If you are a class that cannot do anything against them, then it just sucks, right? And I think it's the same with it's the same with this kind of affixes. Like if there's like a reflect effect that reflects damage and I cannot control all of my attacks, well then it's a bullshit affix, right? So they have to either make it like an irrelevant affix that does no damage, or they need to code every ability properly to make sure that all of the random attacks that happen don't count as an attack. Or they need to just change it because it's kind of dumb anyway.
Probably the best way to do this would be with an ICD on how often a player can take damage from this, and just a flat damage,
that'd be the easiest.
flat physical damage event. And then this, so this first one sort of punishes tanks. The second one sort of punishes melee DPS, and it's gonna.
The problem with an ICD is, again, do you then just ignore it? If there's an ICD in it, do you just ignore the thorns and you just like heal it? I guess that's the other problem with it, yeah.
Reward holy and shadow damage, so we're rewarding, you know, Affliction Warlocks, obviously Shadow Priests, Rep Pallies, those kind of specs. There's actually not a lot of specs that deal holy and shadow damage.
Yeah, holy and shadow is very
attuned. Non-boss enemies with mana inflict increased magic damage, but they take increased nature damage and increased damage from bleed effects. Okay, nature and bleed. Now there are a few specs that deal nature damage, although not a lot of specs that deal like predominantly nature damage, but this one is a decent little buff for a lot of specs. And then bleed, of course, we're looking at assassination rogues, arms warriors to a lesser extent, feral druids, prot warriors as well, I guess. So, and 30% is a large amount to throw on that bleed effect. I think in particular for assassination rogues, who deal a lot of bleed damage, so that might be a big assassination rogue week.
Yeah, that
And
would...
finally, focus.
yeah,
Non-boss
that would
enemies
be
with
very
mana
good.
have increased haste, but take increased frost and fire damage. So that'll be a good week for mages, just like this will also be a good week for a different type of mages.
Okay, guys, we lit the candles.
Is good. Okay. Note these tooltips indicate whether the affixes apply to creatures with or without mana. They will not affect every creature. Interesting. So the following affixes are going to be retired. Afflicted Incorporeal. The 3 seasons. These affixes got 3 seasons, which makes them now the least long-lived affixes, I think. Maybe there were some Legion affixes that got less. No, I don't.
It is interesting that they removed these affixes, because I mean, I know a lot of people really complain about them. I personally did not mind some of them, some of these affixes. Like Entangling, for example, I didn't think it was that bad. The only thing that was really bad about Entangling was when, like, the fact that it was kind of random when it happened, and that you sometimes could get really screwed over without anything you could do against it. Like, sometimes it was really bad. Outside of these bad situations, like these bad overlaps, it was similar to Quaking, I felt like, where Quaking is kind of easy, but sometimes in these situations where you have to stack, it felt like horrible because you die. And I think it was kind of similar with Entangling, where most of the time it's kind of nothing, and then other times it really fucks you over.
I don't think so. I think the Legion affixes all lasted all of Legion. And then, of course, there was Inspiring, which was a Shadowlands one, but that lasted 4 seasons of Shadowlands, so 3 seasons for these two, and they're gone. And Entangling as well, and Storming and Volcanic. Okay. I'm pretty happy to see Afflicted and Incorporeal go. I will say these 3, well, Storming as well, I'm maybe pretty happy to see go. Entangling and Volcanic
What the fuck?
were affixes that were fun.
One
They were fun
hand
because they were
headlock.
low impact, but they were fun to
Dude,
play.
what the fuck?
So anytime the fun stuff is going away and Bolstering is still going to be there, I'm sad. To match the number of affixes, the 7 bucket. So they're retiring Spiteful from the 7 bucket. Okay, you're going into the bucket where Bolstering is, and you're not retiring Bolstering. Spiteful. Okay, so Spiteful's getting retired. The 7 bucket now has Raging, Bolstering, Bursting, and Sanguine. We're still experimenting with Tyrannical and Fortified affixes. We're still experimenting with.
One thing that makes me a little bit angry about Bolstering is, like, I personally am not super against Bolstering. Like, I definitely don't love it, right? But I think that Bolstering could be so much better if they would just exclude some more mobs of Bolstering. Like, I don't know why they're being so weird about it. Like, they refuse to remove Bolstering, yeah? And in addition, they also refuse to remove certain mobs from applying Bolstering. Like, the best example is in Academy, the tiny little birds before Croft. Like, that to me is like I cannot think of a single reason why these tiny birds should be Bolstering. Because you cannot even, like, the thing is, because the thing about Bolstering is they can always have this, like, arguments like, oh, just don't pull them off, just pull them differently, just make a different route, you know? Like, that's always the argument that you can bring whenever people complain about Bolstering. Oh, just don't pull the high HP mob with the low HP mobs, you know? That can always be an argument. Like, I get that. But with these birds in Academy, that's not an argument that you can make, because you cannot avoid pulling them. They even get pulled by default automatically. Like, the birds, they just fly in, you aggro them without being able to not pull them, and you have to kill them for the boss to spawn. So you're forced to pull the birds, and the HP difference between the high HP birds and the low HP birds is insane. So what do they want us to do? They want us to see the small birds, like Mass Root or something, and then pull the big mob away and kill it separately, and like, or because classes are not made to only single target. That's bullshit, you know? Like, the amount of classes that we have nowadays that cannot control their AoE damage fully. Like, some classes just do AoE damage with their single target rotation. That's just how the game is designed, right? So to create Bolstering as an affix and then also make mobs bolstered that you cannot avoid pulling that have a lot less HP than other mobs. Like, that to me is what I don't understand. Because if they insist on keeping bolstering around, then they at least have to also, like, design the dungeons or the classes with bolstering in mind, and for us to be able to play around it in a reasonable way. Because right now we cannot play around it in a reasonable way in many situations, right? Like, I'm sure there's some times where people could play differently or play a different round or whatever, but not always. Like this bird example that I'm bringing, right? So if they want to keep bolstering around, they have to address this other thing that I mentioned. Like, remove some mobs from bolstering that don't make any sense to bolster in a like reasonable way, or give us like different, give the mobs, or they have to tune the mobs inside the dungeons differently, so more routes are actually efficient. Because another thing that is true is that sometimes in dungeons you have like one efficient route and the other. Okay, I need to take this call. Bear back. Okay, it was just fucking Vodafone. Jesus Christ. And calling me every 2 minutes. Hate them. Yeah. Hey, Victor, thank you so much for 7 stream streak. Thank you very much. You sign up for a new thing? No. No, I said I don't have time. Thanks, bye. It bothers me so much that they keep calling you when you already have a contract from them. Like, what's wrong with you? Like, I just don't get it. Like, unfortunately, I'm a little bit trapped with Vodafone because I live in an area where the most coverage is Vodafone. I kind of have to stay with them. But if I had an option to switch to a different contract after they called me like a million times, I would do it. Like, fuck off. I'm already paying you. Stop calling me and harassing me every 2 minutes. So dumb. Anyway.
This is fit in with our updates. We believe these changes will offer a refreshing experience for players at all levels each season, redefine how the affix system influences dungeon gameplay. We look forward to your feedback and discussion on these topics, and we'll see you in the dungeons. So, huh. It's interesting. I'm glad they're trying stuff. My first guess is that, so these are supposed to be what, like, these affixes, you could maybe forget they were on a keystone and be okay, right? Like, you know, like, oh, I guess it's Reckless Week, right? Like, oh, my tank is in a little bit more distress, right? And, like, maybe if you're min-maxing it, you're going to get some value, right? Maybe a mage on the margin is going to choose to play Arcane over Fire. But I think for the most part, like, 10% increased damage in these categories is probably not enough to necessarily, like, change what is good.
You think so?
In certain keys, it's like a nice bonus if you're playing those stuff. Probably fine. Maybe the 30% bleed thing, again, for Assassination Rogue, is something, and maybe for Feral Druid as well, like, is something where it's like, oh, all of a sudden Assassination Rogue has gone from being good damage to being topped by a lot on this week. And I think that would be a little bit of a concern, would be like, if one of these affixes just ends up being like, oh, this is push week because this is, you know, we do 15% more damage as a group on this week. But I don't think that is
kind of a concern, I guess.
Too likely. I guess the 30% armor reduction, if your group was all physical damage dealers as well, could maybe be a week where
it's unlikely that you have a full physical damage dealing.
Are doing a lot more damage.
Like,
I like replacing some affixes with more passive ones as well, right? Like, even if we don't think these are particularly good and impactful, you know, being not bad and not impactful is, I think, a pretty good place for one of the affix rows to be. Now, again, I'm happy they're taking out Afflicted to Incorporeal, because I never really liked the way these affixes were sort of like, well, I hope you brought a comp that can handle this, and I hope that the person in your group who could have talented a Dispel or who could have talented a CC has chosen to talent that and is choosing to click that. Very frustrating experience if you weren't the player that had that agency, watching the rest of your group kind of not do it. That was something that I really didn't like. I don't like keeping in bolstering. I don't like keeping in saying, like, this means that half of the weeks are going to be bolstering or sanguine weeks. Another quarter of the weeks are going to be raging weeks. Like, these are the affixes that prevent me from enjoying keys more than anything, is raging, bolstering, and sanguine. So those are actually going to be more of a percentage of keys than they were before, because they've taken out Spiteful, which Spiteful is an affix that prevented you from enjoying keys as a certain spec sometimes. But raging, bolstering, and sanguine, like, sanguine is just such an exhausting affix to be on keys. And so, like, 25% of weeks are going to be bursting weeks. I don't know. I think they should rethink basically the on-death affix row, the level 7 row, and maybe swap this back in for, like, what if we just do these instead, and we combine Afflicted Incorporeal into, like, a new affix that kind of has the both, you know, you have a mob spawn that, I guess you can't really do this, but it could be like a neutral mob that could be dispelled or CC'd or like anything to it. I guess then warriors still couldn't do anything to it, so that would be bad. But I don't know. I feel like we're shooting some affixes that are fun, and we're increasing the prevalence of some affixes that suck. But I guess we're only gonna have one affix from these two buckets, right? We're only gonna have one of these, and then we're gonna have these, which. Again, these affixes are probably low impact enough, depending on the tuning of Thorn, to be not... Like, the downside of these things is pretty minor. You know, the biggest one is the ones that affect enemies with mana. But the ones that affect enemies with mana, there's more counterplay available to those. So if you're at a key level where, you know, 20% increased damage on a caster's cast is going to kill you, you can stop that cast. I guess the most dangerous thing is if there's ever like mini bosses that have mana and are getting buffed with this but aren't actually interruptible.
Oh, these guys are draining it.
That's going to be really annoying. But
It's
aside
an
from that,
interruptible spell.
I don't know. I think this is a cool direction to go here. I do think that when we're talking about positive effects on the affixes, you know, this is going to be pretty imperceptible for a lot of players. Like the way that you're going to perceive this is if you have damage meters turned on, you're maybe going to notice that, hey, I'm doing more damage this week. But it's going to be like by such a small amount, unless, you know, if you're an arcane mage, like, oh cool, 10% damage buff on this week, cool, right? But like if you're just a class that has, you know, 20% of your damages is random shadow damage procs or whatever, you're not going to feel it at all on Thorned weeks. I think the things that people have liked about affixes with positive effects in the past have been things that you could feel more, like stuff like the Woe Drifter, where you're just like zooming for a little bit.
Yeah, I think so as well.
You know, you agree. You get cooldown reduction on the rolls, right? Those are the positive effects of the encrypted affix, or, you know, stacking up like a boatload of a stat, which is the Shrouded affix. Now, these affixes aren't seasonal affixes. They should be lower impact, but, you know, maybe if it was just stuff like, you know, when you kill an enemy, you get a stacking 2% movement speed buff that lasts for like 45 seconds, and it stacks up to 20% movement speed, right? It's like, cool. If I can keep this buff stacked, I can get a 20% movement speed buff for the rest of this dungeon, and we're like, we feel like we're zooming a little bit, right? Like, it's not a huge sprint, but it's something, right? Like those, I feel like those sorts of positive effects where you actually would feel it would maybe be a better way to do this than choosing specific schools and buffing those damages. But I think it's still, like, the biggest thing about these affixes is that they aren't, you know, these affixes. Right? Like, that is an upgrade. Upgrading into neutral from negative is still good. I'm curious, though. I'm curious to see how this plays out. I'm going to try and go into it with an open mind.
Well, I guess Jadnus has a better opinion of these affixes than I do.
Play the keys, see what they're like, so hopefully there's key testing soon. We don't actually know when key testing is going to be available on the beta, but we do know that raid testing is starting this coming week, so...
Encrypted was so popular, I'm surprised they haven't done much to try to replicate it. Well, there's one big problem that I think a lot of people don't think about, is that the seasonal affix, they cannot be normal affixes, right? Because, like, I understand why people liked the seasonal affix. Like, whenever people say, oh, we want positive affixes, I think they always think of seasonal affixes. But the problem with seasonal affixes are that they cannot be normal affixes, because rotating a seasonal affixes is way too complex. A seasonal affix is way too complicated and way too impactful for it to be a normal rotating affix. That's the problem, you know? Because you have to understand, first of all, affixes have to be somewhat balanced with each other. You can't just have one affix that gives you a damage bonus and the other one is a negative affix. Like, either they have to be balanced between one another, right? That's one thing, right? But then also the complexity of a seasonal affix, I think, gets super underestimated by the player base. Like, a seasonal affix is incredibly impactful. Like, it changes everything. The amount of rotation, route changes that a seasonal affix creates, and comp changes and all of that stuff, like, that would be super, super complex on a weekly basis. People just don't think about it. Like, the reason why you don't remember them as being complex is because they were there the whole time, right? Something like encrypted, it was there the whole time. So, of course, at some point, like, you got used to it and it was just a thing permanently, so it was fine. But if you get encrypted only once every 6 weeks, then all of a sudden, it's not complicated in a sense of understanding the affix, but complicated in a sense that it changes the way you play the dungeon so much. That's complicated, I mean. Like, affixes, like, even something like bolstering is a lot less impactful than a seasonal affix ever, like, was in the past. Inspiring was super impactful. I mean, all seasonal affixes have been very impactful. Like, we just don't understand how impactful it was because we did not have a version of the season where the seasonal affix was not present. Like, all the seasons that we played with seasonal affixes, every single week had the seasonal affix. We did not have a version of that season without it. Therefore, we do not know, we don't really have a concept of the impact it has. You can make up affixes in a second. Frogify. Every 45 seconds, one member of the party is randomly axed. Oh, I like it. Switch bursting, bolstering, raging, sanguine with reaping, encrypted, shrouded, awaken. No, no. Did you not listen to anything I just said? That'd be insane. Like, don't you understand how impactful reaping, awaken, shrouded, and encrypted is? Like, think about, just think about it for a second. How differently you have to play a dungeon when 1 week is reaping and the next week is shrouded. Like, that would be so complex. It would be crazy. People already get overwhelmed by fortified and tyrannical each week. Do you ever do a dungeon on reset day and people forgot that with fortified the trash does more damage and that they can't do the same big pulls. Or that they have to last at different spots. Like every single week when we go from tyrannical to fortified, people literally forgot how to play the affix. And now you want to change from 1 week encrypted to the next week reaping? Like, that'd be crazy. People would not be able to play dungeons at all. They'd be so lost. It would be insane. That's insane. That would be way too much change. Like, trust me on this one. You cannot make affixes that impact your route as much as like a seasonal affix did on a rotation. It's too much. I promise you it would be too much. People would not be able to handle that at all. They would get really frustrated. Because yeah, I agree the affixes were fun. Like, I agree that something like Reaping or Encrypted, like, those were fun affixes. But only because they were there all of the time. Because you managed to figure out how to play around them eventually. But it took weeks for people to really figure out routes and how to play around these affixes and how to maximize them and how to get the most value out of them. That was the whole purpose of a seasonal affix. The whole purpose of a seasonal affix was to change the dungeons so much that you would play them completely differently. That was the whole reason that seasonal affix even were created in the first place. Because in the past, we did not have our dungeon pool that changed. We only had the seasonal affix that changed, right? So the whole design idea behind the seasonal affix was to change, to impact the dungeon a lot. And that's the complete opposite of what you want a normal affix to do, right? A normal affix should have very little impact. But like, I'm not saying that you cannot do other affixes that are positive. Like, I'm sure you can come up with other positive affixes, but it just should not be like the exact seasonal affixes. They have to be affixes that are slightly less impactful, right? Or not just slightly less, much less. Windy. Every 45 seconds, players get pushed in a random direction. Amount is reduced by proximity to other players. Oh god, that'd be horrible, Coffee. I like the way you're cooking, though. Keep it up, keep it up. Let him cook. Make some of the corruption effects into affixes. Oh. But then they were only positive, right? Like, I understand where you're going with this, but then it's not really an affix. Okay, so because affixes have very important an important function, right? What's the purpose of an affix even existing? The purposes of affixes are to change the dungeons enough from 1 week to the next so that you play the dungeons a little bit differently. But they shouldn't be so impactful that it's super overwhelmingly differently. You need to hit that sweet spot where you play it a little bit differently and it feels a bit different, but it's not like insanely different, right? And you can do that with positive affixes too. You really can. It doesn't have to be a negative affix, because positive affixes also change the way you play dungeons. But the positive affixes would have to not be flat positivity. Like, it cannot be just everyone does 10% increased damage. Because like then you're literally just then you're just able to do higher keys that week, and that's it. You know, like, it needs to affect the way you play the dungeons a bit. And balancing positive affixes between one another is also, in my opinion, a bit more difficult than balancing negative affixes. Like, I'm not sure if that's true or not, but in my mind, it's a bit more difficult. just because affixes, like depending on what the meta is, positive affixes have more or less of an impact on that meta class, right? Like, I don't know. Like, I think positive affixes might be a bit hard to balance between one another. And I can't really think of a good positive affix anyway that meets all of the criteria that I talked about earlier. Thanks for 44 months, Xalen. What's up? I agree, though. I agree. Like, I think bolstering, raging, sanguine, and bursting to be present all of the time is way too, like, I don't like that one bit, because the only easy affix combination is bursting in this rotation, and it's only easy in high keys. The thing is, people actually have a lot of, like, they struggle a lot with bursting in low keys, which makes a lot of sense, because if mobs have less HP, then it's just much harder to control bursting, right? Maximum time to complete the dungeon is reduced by 45%. All players still 100% increased damage speed weak. Yeah, like bursting is just like a weird affix because of the difference in difficulty, I think. Like in low keys, people absolutely hate bursting. In high keys, it's basically as if the affix doesn't exist. Like bursting is so easy in high keys, no one even like knows that it's there most of the time. Who of us and plus pushers is here because of the changes of affixes every week? Almost all of them. That's like, they are for us. It's the complete opposite of what you think. People that only play and plus for a month, they don't need affixes. People that play and plus for the whole season long, they need the affixes. Thank you so much for 49 months, Amresh. What's up? Thank you so much. Want to make affixes a professional thing that players can add? Oh, I'm just gonna wow her. Why would people add affixes if it's optional? I think, yeah, the whole seasonal affix thing really impacted the affix stuff a lot. Like, maybe they should go back to, maybe they should just like change the model of Emplast again. Maybe just have the same dungeons and just give us a seasonal affix instead of rotating dungeons every week, every season. What do you think? I personally like the dungeons rotating, but then at the same time I also dislike it sometimes. It kind of depends, right? Because season 3, for example, I was so glad that season 4 we have different dungeons, because I hated season 3 dungeons. But what if it's the opposite? Like, what if you really love the dungeons and then they change them the next season? Like, I don't know. It can be good or bad, I guess. I never heard of anybody pushing high keys that they are really there for changing affixes. Yeah, because it's not something that you notice consciously. I mean, it's hard to explain if you, because I mean, I feel like you would have to experience this. And even when you experience this, you wouldn't necessarily be able to pinpoint what is causing it. Because sometimes, you know how you sometimes get bored of something and you don't really know why exactly? I guess a good example would be farm raids. You know how whenever you're raiding, progression seems a lot of fun. You're progressing a boss, depending on the boss, right? But sometimes progression feels really fun. And then you kill a boss, and now you kill the boss again, and it might still be okay-ish fun. And then the third time you kill a boss, you're like, okay. And then the fourth time you kill a boss, you're like, Like, it just gets really boring eventually, right? Because you're doing the same thing over and over. Now, I do understand that Mythic Plus is not exactly the same as raiding, because you do get a difference in key level, in difficulty. But only to a certain extent, right? Because if you have no affixes at all, then at some point you will reach, like, the maximum of a key level, and you're done. Like, you will do a, let's say, a 15, and you can't do a 16. So now, what now? You can try the 16 again, and then you can't do it again, and it's not even close. Well, then what do you do? Well, your whole motivation, or your whole hope of being able to time the key is kind of gone, because you don't have this thinking of, oh, maybe we can do it in 2 weeks when we get different affixes. Maybe we can do it the next week or whatever, right? At some point, you will just be done with keys. You will have done the highest keys in all of the dungeons, and you're done. Gaming aspect, I agree. But the affixes don't change that burnout cycle. But they do. I mean, in dungeons from week to week, they change enough for you to feel as if it's so different that you can try the key on a certain level that you maybe couldn't do before. I mean, this is kind of like a weird discussion, because we're all just like, none of this is like a science or something that we could really have proper opinions for, because we haven't really played M+ without affixes in so long that it's hard to tell how we would feel if we don't have them. Like, I personally am down to try a season without affixes, or even with only tyrannical and fortified. Like, I'm down to try that. The only thing that is an issue with it is this thing that I just talked about. If people don't notice it. Because here's the thing, right? Let's say they remove affixes. Like, let's say they even remove fortified and tyrannical. Good. Let's say they do that, to give it a try, right? And everyone is super excited. And I'm like, let's fucking go, no affixes. And then people play in Plus, and they love it initially, and they have a fun time. And then, after like a couple of weeks, people get bored, let's say. Let's say people get bored because it's the same thing every time. Let's say that's the reason they get bored of. But let's say that people don't understand that that's the reason they get bored.
Another one.
You know what I mean? So what if people get bored because of the lacking replayability through affixes, but they're not aware of it consciously?
It's too far away.
But maybe Blizzard knows this because they have the numbers. So what would Blizzard do now? Let's say the lack of affixes is causing people to hate Mythic Plus. And Blizzard knows that, but the people don't know that, the players don't know that. Then what do? If you reintroduce affixes, then people are gonna be upset because they don't understand that they actually need the affixes for the replayability. Because it's like a subconscious thing, you know?
Are you here to help?
It's the same with gear RNG, in a sense.
Faulty reasoning.
You know, we kind of need RNG with loot, because otherwise things would get incredibly stale and you would kind of lose interest in playing, because part of the reason why people play MMOs is because of the RNG.
Help me.
Just like
Please,
constant
get my
like
metery
dopamine
back,
of, ooh,
Outlander.
am I gonna get that? Am I not? Will I get that next week? Or will I, like this constantly thinking of it might or might not happen. It's like gambling basically, right? The thing is, a lot of people are not actually aware of that. A lot of people think that if they would have 0 gear RNG, that they would still love the game just as much as you do now. Like they're not consciously aware that this is affecting them because it's like a complex concept. Like it's a psychological complex effect that people are not necessarily fully aware of, right? So if you do the same thing with affixes, if you apply that same logic and people get bored of something without actually knowing exactly why, and then Blizzard knows why and they reintroduce it, then people would get very upset. Then people would be like, oh my god, like fucking Blizzard, are you stupid? We just had no affixes and we loved it. And now you're gonna reintroduce them, you're so dumb, right? And then I think that might be like a thing that they're probably afraid of. Because taking something away and then bringing it back is always difficult. Or like giving us something and then taking it away. If we're not fully aware of how it's affecting us negatively and or positively as well, then that is a bit hard to explain. Maybe not hard to explain, but hard to understand for the players.
No. Cinderbrew was my personal directive, my passion. She's ruining everything.
But I personally would love, I would for sure love to try a season without affixes, see what happens. Oh, that's a different topic, Mr. Cold Iced Tea. That's a different topic. Now we're talking about Mythic Plus as a... Like, there's two main reasons why people play in Plus. Number one is for gearing purposes. To fill up your vault, to get items, to get crests. And number two is you do it as like your main entertainment of world work. Like you do it as like a competitive aspect of the game, like because you just like it. You like doing keys and you like doing, you like pushing levels, getting more score, getting better than Plus, like, you know. And you currently are talking about doing in Plus as a source of gear. That's a completely different aspect than doing in Plus as because you actually enjoy it. Affixes only serve a purpose for the second, not for the first. If you only do in Plus to get gear and you don't actually enjoy it that much, then affixes don't serve a purpose for you. Then you don't need affixes because you don't like doing the dungeons in the first place. You only do it as like a means to an end, right? Then you do not need affixes. Affixes are there for people that actually enjoy dungeons and want to do higher keys and want to like keep pushing keys. Because then it gives them like...
Hey! That meat elemental
like it changes dungeons from week to week to just keep that replayability effect basically.
You do any more damage and I'll catch
But I agree
you
that
out, you hear me?
that crests should drop more, especially for like catch up. Because I do think that if you play every week, that crests drop fine. Like I don't think that crests necessarily need to be more if you play every week. But if you didn't play for like a couple of weeks and you want to catch up, or you want to start playing an alt character or something like that, then it takes forever to get the crests. And I think that is something they should be looking at. I don't know why they're not doing that. Because it makes it incredibly annoying to start playing alt and to start coming back to the game and stuff like that. What the fuck was that about? Blood eruption, holy Jesus Christ. The ads just exploded. I don't think that affixes allow for new or creative play in the way that scaling higher and higher without affixes could. It's not about more creative play. It's about making it different from week to week. Because the keystone scaling does not do that.
They should be free gathering pollen in the forest.
Like, yes, of course, there's a difference between doing a 17 and 18 key within the same dungeon. Of course, it changes the way you play the dungeon. But it's the same every week. It's not that like, if you don't have any affixes, then a 17 the first week feels the same as 17 the next week, and the 17 the week after. It's the affixes that change that. How does dealing with affix X or Y really help? You're gonna be burned by affix X or Y regardless.
I need to target something first.
Well, it helps as in you have to approach the dungeon slightly differently.
The best for my bees.
That's the only reason why Mythic Plus can really be in a competitive like kind of environment where score makes sense. Like look at like any kind of PvE that you're doing usually revolves around doing a thing, like being able to do a thing once and then be done with it mainly, because then it's kind of boring. Like think about raiding in any kind of MMO or any PvE environment.
I've managed to free some of the cinder bees.
You try to kill a boss for the first time and it's engaging and it's fun. And then as soon as you've done it once, it loses so much like
but I'm still boss,
fun and like replayability because you've done it already, right? So it's not that some people love farm and they like doing it multiple times, but the whole reason why affix exists is to be able to make M+ or dungeons replayable over the course of a long period of time.
And now you're riding my bees like some nature-loving weirdo.
Something like PvP has it by default because you're playing against players. If you play against players, you by default have RNG that makes things differently every time because you play against players that reactively every time, right? In PvE, this is not the case. In PvE, the mobs and the mobs and the bosses and everything, they do the same thing. They're scripted. But yeah, like this is something that's
Alright, you may have gotten my employees, but now you're dealing with the BEO.
I guess you could compare it with Bosha in the FF14. Or even something like a Mage Tower. Well, Mage Tower maybe it's not the same because the levels are... There's no leveling system or like scaling system. But if you play F14 and you know, like Bosha, or wait, is it Bosha or is it, what is it called, like this tower? Wait, it's not Bosha. It's like, there's this tower that is kind of like Torghast. Tower of the Dead or something, yeah. Like I think something like Tower of the Dead, it's just like a scaling system, and you like doing it once to see how far you can get, or like you try to like do it a couple of times to get it as far as you get, but then at some point it kind of loses the fun part of it, right? Or Deep Dungeon, yeah, I don't know. Like basically, whenever there's something that has like a scaling system, it is fun initially.
It was a grave error
because you try to get as high as you can, as far as you can. But if nothing changes within the like Torghast or the tower or the dungeon or whatever it may be, then eventually it will get boring, right? It might not get boring within 3 weeks or 4 weeks even, but after like 3 months or even 2 months, you're like, But I do think the main factor of, I do think they have nerfed affixes so much nowadays that most affixes don't really have the impact that they really should to really have that effect. Like I think most affixes are kind of like, they exist. The main affix that really changes dungeons is fortified and tyrannical. And I almost think that that might just be enough. Another thing is that we don't actually have the scaling system anymore that gave us power every other week. If you guys remember BFA Legion, we had this like permanent power increase that made our characters stronger constantly from 1 week to the next. And that by itself already kind of created a situation where you have this thought process of, oh, maybe we can do the hierarchy next week because we get more power through artifact weapons or through renown. Because if you can barely just not time the key, I'm not, like even without affix, let's say we have no affix at all, then gaining more power from week to week might actually give you the extra push to be able to do it. And then you might actually still be motivated enough to keep playing. But right now, we actually don't have that anymore, right? Right now in Dragonflight and also in the War Within, we reach our maximum power pretty early on. Most players do. Like at some point, you just have your gear upgraded all the way and that's it. You're not gonna get stronger. And that's also has a little bit of an impact on your plus like replayability. Because if you get stronger every week, you can continue to like hope that you might be able to time that higher key now. But if you don't, then it's like, why should I be able to time the key in 2 weeks when I can't time it right now and I'm not gonna get any gear any better? I'm not gonna do more damage in 2 weeks. So how can I time the key in 2 weeks? Like you just kind of lose hope. You can always argue, oh, you can just play better. Of course, but the new affix seems lazy and bad. I disagree with it being lazy. I do agree that I don't like it. Like, for now. I mean, I do still want to test it before I have my final opinion on it, because sometimes things on paper look a bit worse than they actually are. But I do think that it's decently creative. Like, I couldn't have come up with this idea. It's like, I do think that they at least have an idea behind it and that they're trying something. It doesn't seem very well thought through. Well, I think it is thought through. I think it's just that their goals are probably different to what we want their goals to be. I think that's the bigger thing. Or? I think they need to make more damage type overlaps, but without causing double dipping. Well, But I think we should just test this out, because maybe this, like... I think there's one issue with testing, and it's a problem that we won't really see the impact of this very much. I guess that's a little bit of a problem, yeah. Like, I think it's very difficult to get accurate data for these affixes when we class are not tuned on beta yet, right? Because class tuning does not happen until way, way later. Even, like, class tuning doesn't happen properly until it's live. So, how do we test these affixes properly when they are related to our damage, but then our damage isn't tuned? I don't know, I guess that's a bit difficult. Oh, I think they actually have them by default. I think they're forcing you to play with the affix. I think. At least that's how I understood the blue post. I think that every plus you do on Thursday will have this affix, on Friday will have this affix, on Saturday, you know? I think so. At least that's kind of what it seems like. Which, by the way, I think that would be a good thing. Because otherwise people test the dungeons without affixes. You're right. And then they don't get any data at all. Hey, Kina. Thanks for 37 months. What's up?
Need something?
The start of the song always reminds me of a Destiny's Child song. God, it's so hot. Ugh. To our meetings, there could be an email should be illegal. Sometimes I'm very impressed how much people can speak without actually saying anything in those meetings. Right? Like, I swear sometimes I have a meeting that lasts like an hour and I'm like, at the end of it, I'm like, what did we, like, what was even said in this meeting? Like, what was it that we talked about? It's crazy. I think at the end of the day, letting these affixes cook for a season isn't a bad thing. If it ends up working out, then great. If not, then they know and can change things. I don't think being up in arms about the new affixes is earliest to play. I agree that, well, I don't necessarily think that they should release it for a whole season if people really dislike it during beta. But I do think that, in general, being super, super, like, doomer, like, super exaggerating before you have even seen it, like, if you only see a tooltip and you haven't seen the actual thing and tested it, I think that being super doomer about it is always dumb. Like, I think that's just stupid. Now, giving feedback in general is obviously not a bad thing, and I dislike the affixes too from reading them. Like, I don't think they're gonna be good. But I'm not gonna be sitting here and be like, oh my god, like, I'm gonna quit the game, I'm gonna unsubscribe, like we haven't even tested it. Just give it a moment, okay? You can say that you think negatively about them or that you dislike it, but then some people are like I think you can totally exaggerate sometimes and be like, oh my god, fucking developers, they don't know anything, and like they're so bad, like, you know, you can have a reasonable negative take on something, and then you can have an exaggerated one, and I think most people are like just exaggerating. Just give it a go first before you quit the game, or just quit the game, honestly. Double enhancement shaman. Damn. The meta is already set by Bliss each week. I don't think this is true. This very much depends on how much impact these damage buffs are gonna have. I think you're wrong when it comes to because obviously when there's an affix that increases arcane damage done, then and I see that as a player, I'm like, oh, the first thought would be, oh, I'm gonna invite classes that do arcane damage, right? But if I see the top teams play the same comp without any arcane damage classes during Arcane Week, then that will certainly trickle down to like pug environment as well. 100%. Thanks for Prime Silent Chill. Thank you so much. Like, if this arcane damage buff or these other school damage buffs, they don't have a lot of impact, then I think it's not going to be true that people are just going to sit there and only invite arcane damage dealers. Because you always have to keep in mind that, yes, it's like a school damage increase, but only on a certain amount of mobs and not on bosses. So, let's say I'm an arcane mage. What if arcane mage does 20% less damage? Okay, maybe 20% is exaggerated. But let's say there's a arcane mage that does 10% less damage than a fire mage. Then why would I play fire mage during Arcane Week? Makes no sense, right? I would still do more damage as fire mage. If arcane mage only does a little bit less damage than fire mage, and then you have an Arcane Week, well, then you can consider inviting mages, arcane mages, right? And I think that is kind of the purpose of this affix week. It's not supposed to, like, it kind of like this affix, the affix that they created, they're supposed to not determine the meta, but shake it up a little bit from week to week, so that classes that are not meta might actually be as good as the meta during those weeks, you know? I don't think it really will affect the meta at all for the high keys, but maybe for the lower keys it will affect it a bit. Like, I don't think that one week you're gonna play this meta and the next week you're gonna play different. Like, I don't think that's gonna be true at all. But maybe one week, let's say for example, let's say Warlock is good, but it's not quite as good as a mage. Well, during the Shadow Damage week, maybe the Warlock's gonna get invited instead of the mage, you know? Like, maybe they're gonna have, maybe that week they're gonna be invited. That doesn't mean that no mages are gonna be invited anymore, you know? Mages are still gonna be strong.
Please stop using reason and logic.
These affixes are basically the end of the world. Pretty sure I read about them in the book for Revelations.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh god, wait a second. Thank you so much for the Nation Never Knew. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Spells the game but not with affixes. Just delete them plus. You know what? This is the first good idea I've heard from Twitch chat today. Just delete it, honestly. But I've played beta, not much has changed at the moment. Same classes rules. What? What do you mean? We have absolutely no information about which classes are good or bad in beta. You're just making shit up right now. The only color we can do is heroic dungeons. How would you know what's good? We have absolutely no information. We know nothing. Calandra. Not only don't we have any content to test our classes against each other, we also didn't even have tuning. Like, we know absolutely nothing about the meta of the War Within. Nothing, not one bit. Ooh, I like that tinfoil hat theory circuit. I like it. The thing with the Demon Hunter thing, like they could honestly, like I think the Demon Hunter thing is a bit weird. Because obviously Demon Hunters do chaos damage, and chaos damage means that they would benefit from all weeks. But they could just make chaos damage be like affected less or something. Like, everyone's like, oh my god, Demon Hunter's gonna be broken. But, you know, maybe they're not. Maybe they just make chaos damage scale less with it. Instead of like a 10% damage increase, you get, I don't know. Or they make them not scale the chaos damage at all. Or Demon Hunters are going to be so bad that the 10% damage increase doesn't make them good. I'm personally hoping for that one. No, I'm just kidding. Or am I? Hey Parallax, thanks for 7 months, what's up? I agree, Circuit, I agree. Look at all of your balloons. Which healer is sub on beta? Mistweaver. I'm just gonna make shit up now every time I get asked. I don't care. I'm making it up. I'm gonna say something different every time. Boopy, good morning, what's up? Aww. Don't make me blush, okay? You're being far too kind. Meta's gonna be Demon Hunter, Rogue, Mage, Warlock, Priest, Healer. Yep, that's the one. You got it. You cracked the code. That's it. You should all reroll right now before it's too late. Hey Clay, thanks for 13 months. Dankeschön, danke, danke.
I need a target.
Yep, I've been streaming for 10 years, or a partner for 10 years. Guys, on the 20th of June, which is next Thursday, not this Thursday, but the next one, I'm doing a special celebration stream because I've been partnered on Twitch for 10 years. 10 whole years. You better not miss it. Johnny's gonna fly in, and we're gonna do lots of giveaways, lots of challenges. I'm gonna embarrass myself a lot. It's gonna be a lot of fun. What did I say I'm gonna do then? Am I gonna go to the office this Friday without doing the testing? Is that what I'm gonna do? Or did I just like not make a decision and hope that it was a future Naguura problem? Probably the latter, huh? Yeah.
Ours is the true path for the Arathi.
But I keep postponing my issues and my decision making so future Naguura can deal with it. And future Naguura just fucking sucks every time. I don't understand. How is future Naguura so bad
Feel Ember's wrath.
at making decisions and figuring things out for me? It's horrible. Yeah, I could make a video on the affixes, but I mean, we could make a clickbait video on the affixes.
In glory.
Do you think there's enough content for a video? Or should we wait for the affix to be live before I make a video about it? Probably should make a video now, and then again when it's like, 'cause right now it's like a hot topic, so maybe we should just like talk about it. And did I say anything good about the affixes when I talked about them initially? Not really, right? That's good. I need to be as doomer as possible. Wait, our tank just left. Oh god.
I can't use that item yet.
Oh no, he didn't leave. Where's our tank? Someone else left. So we all know that doomer takes gives more views. And more views is more money. So I have to be as negative as possible. Da, 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 da.
It's still recharging.
Where the freak's at? Nice, good job, everybody. Keep it up. Title, this is the end of Mythic Plus. No, not just the affix, it's just Mythic Plus as a whole. Title is the end of Mythic Plus. I'm quitting. Why I unsubscribed from WoW. And Plus changed forever. Perfect, Gross, perfect. Just go full Doom for maximum money and then release the opposite but next week. Yeah, that's usually what I do. It's great. It's great content. First you release the Doomer video, and then you release the actual, like, logical thinking video. The one where you talk about it with a reasonable brain. That one will get a lot less views. But it doesn't matter because then you can be like, well, I did upload both, you know, like, I mean, it's not my fault, like...
The Empire has passed. Soon,
it's not my fault that people didn't watch both of the videos. Like...
And the Arathi will be mighty.
Plausible deniability, exactly. Ooh, I'm gonna pop off here. I'm popping off. You watching? Are you watching? I said, are you watching us? Come on, are you watching? You seeing this?
Baron, demonstrate.
You didn't look. You have a career in American politics.
Will fall at our feet. What have we here? Intruders. By my holy hammer! Flame's wrath heal me. By my shield!
This song just goes so hard. I can't stop listening to it. It's so great. It never gets old.
Target. My first defeat.
This dungeon is a lot of fun. I like it. I have a good idea for a video series for you. I found it from some chat who analyzed NBA games and literally yells and rages about how bad the play and coaching are. You do the same for Plus gameplay. That would be funny, actually. Yeah. Wait, why did everyone just die? What just happened?
He's too far away.
Well, thankfully I don't need a group. Thankfully I can clear this dungeon by myself. Okay guys, I think I'm finally over it. Yeah. Yeah. You know, I was a bit emo yesterday and today, but now I'm over it. Yeah. I'm good now. I think talking about, dooming about the affixes helped me a lot. I'm now happy again. We need to have more dooming discussions about World of Warcraft. Whenever I feel sad, I either read TikTok comments, because those are funny as fuck, or I doom about World of Warcraft. See, we should be thanking Blizzard, actually. You know how people always like talk shit about Blizzard and like doom about World of Warcraft? I think we should be thanking them, because it makes your life, it makes you just feel better about yourself. Dooming about things makes me happy, apparently. The villain arc brings happiness. Yeah, I'm good now. I'm good. Regretting your decision to reach out. Oh, I always do that. This room is a bit difficult with all of these casters, but I guess you just line them outside. It's a bit sad though, because this room is really cool. Look at how cool this room is. But there's so many casters in here that are super spread out. I have this feeling that we're just gonna pull everything and always like pull it outside, you know what I mean? That sucks a bit, because then we are looking at this staircase in a plus 24/7 rather than looking at the dungeon. Oh, I'm gonna die. Yeah, goodbye. Yeah, I think you have to line these outside. Yeah, I don't know why the in-game sound is so loud for you guys, because it's not that loud for me. It's kind of quiet, even. Maybe it's because give me a second. Maybe it's because I tuned up the music so much. It's still not that loud for me. I don't know why. It's so loud for you. Should just... Is the dialogue really loud too? Or just like... Let's turn down this one here. And now it's probably like... Well, now I can't really hear it anymore. Can you hear it? Well, now it's too quiet. Let's reload the eye. Alright, is this better? Man, it keeps blowing a hair into my eye. The fan. Hey Slonky, what's up? Hey Supreme. How do you feel about removing the timer in plus? Wait, do you mean like in Mythic Zero, or do you mean... Are you suggesting that they should remove the timer completely in Mythic Plus as well? Because they already removed it in Mythic Zero, right?
Target. I don't have a target.
Thank you, Chloe. Thank you so much.
I need to get closer.
I didn't name the squishies, no. We should do a squishy naming stream. You want no time in a plus at all? Well, I think no timer in plus would change in plus like way too much into like a progression type. Which, to be fair, like I personally would like to have a dungeon that is more similar to progressing like a raid You know how you're progressing a boss in a raid and you have like infinite tries within the within the raid? I think something like that would be fun in M+ 2. If it was like a separate kind of thing. The problem is people like M+ for what it is. Like for its for going in, trying the dungeon, and then trying something different or doing something different. The problem with no timer is that it would create a situation where, let's say you get a really high key that you've never done before, and you just like try it for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours because there's no timer, right? So you have infinite tries within that dungeon until you get it done. It is interesting. Like I do think it's an interesting challenge to have like an infinite kind of try system, but it's just completely different from what Mythic Plus is right now. Like it would have to be almost like a separate thing. Yeah, it would be very similar to raiding, yeah. Yeah, you can do the same thing right now, but you won't time the key. So a lot of people don't really put the time and effort into finishing a key that they've already depleted. Yeah, I agree. I also don't necessarily want to turn M+ into raiding, because one of the really cool things that I personally like about M+, I know that everyone is different, everyone likes different things, but I personally like the fact that you only have this one try. I know it can be frustrating that you only have one try. If you like make a silly mistake or something goes wrong or like whatever, like it feels frustrating, like I get that. But it also creates an environment where you tried once, it didn't work, and now you do something else. Like it basically, like you're moving on. And this does not necessarily happen if you have infinite tries, right? If you have infinite tries, then people will like try the same thing over and over and over and over until they get it done, which is what raiding is about. And I think we already have raiding for that. I think the concept of M+, like of just like focusing a bit more on improvising rather than playing in a super scripted way makes M+ fun to me. Because it's like different every time. You go in, you deplete it, you move on, you do something else, right? Like you very much focus on improvising rather than really scripting out everything. Which would kind of happen if you had infinite tries. If you had infinite tries, if there was no timer, then people would sit there and like make spreadsheets. Okay, so you use this interrupt on this mob, and then we use this stun over there, and then we use your cooldowns at second 13.5, and then you use your cooldowns over there, and you know, like you would like script it all out for really high keys. Of course, this wouldn't happen for lower keys, but for higher keys, this would be how you play the highest keys, right? Like the highest possible keys, you would super script out. Like it would all be like planned from front to finish. You would have a weaker that tells you, okay, you now press Stampeding War, you now press this, you now do that, and it would all be like from front to finish. It would perfectly be scripted out for you to be able to the highest key. And that's something that I personally don't like about the game. I'd much rather improvise and play. I don't want to be sitting there theory crafting and figuring things out. Like, it's not that I don't like theory crafting, like thinking about stuff like that once in a while, but I also like playing the game. And we already have enough theory crafting, I think. We don't need to add it to like M+ as well for the highest keys, personally. One thing I think they should do is shorten the long dungeons. Oh, I 100% agree. I think long dungeons are bad by default. I don't understand why they keep putting them into the game. I think we shouldn't have any long dungeons. I think there's way too many like dungeons that are like close to 40 minutes. Like I think that's too long. Around 30 minutes is like... Yeah, around 30 minutes is good. 40 minutes or above, I think that's too long. Like, it just drags out so much. Like, every dungeon has like 4 bosses or 5 bosses. Like, ugh. It like feels like it takes forever. And then, like, you're halfway through the dungeon, and then there's still 2 bosses left, and it just feels like, what the fuck? Like, it just never ends. Okay, that first affix already bad, Olaf, yeah. That's a horrible affix. Each time player dodges or parries an attack, they gain a 3% reduction. That's also bad. Both of those affixes are horrible, Olaf. Like, imagine you would get a damage buff from interrupting. That'd be so funny. You would have your weak guard that tracks interrupts. And then the first cast that happens, everyone presses interrupt immediately. Because everyone wants the damage increase. You would see like everyone's interrupters ready and then bam, all interrupts on cooldown. Oh my god, it would be so fucking funny. Like, let me interrupt first. No, I get to interrupt first. I have combust up. Oh, but I... You know, one thing that I do really like, and I guess this doesn't really work in a plus necessarily, or does it? Nah, not really. Well, yeah, I guess this worked out well in a plus. I always like that in FF14 in raiding you get like a damage reduction effect if you mess up an ability. So it might not necessarily kill you immediately, but it like decreases your damage, and then people, because we all know that damage dealers care about their damage, right? Dying is basically the same thing as a damage reduction. I think Blizzard should add an MVP screen at the end of the dungeon similar to what Lost Ark has. I do generally like the idea. The problem is that I think M Plus is too complex to determine an MVP through an automated system. Because we all know it would just be who does the most damage or something. But rarely is the person that does the most damage also the one that was the MVP of the dungeon. It does happen, but yeah, like should be based on CC score. Well, even that is, like, I think MVP is just too hard to determine because you would have to also, not only would you have to check the CC, but also if it was like actually useful CC, because sometimes people just randomly CC and it was a useless CC, and then you're giving other people DR on their stunts and whatnot, and it was kind of bad. Same goes with interrupts. Interrupts would be a bad sign because some classes have a 1-minute interrupt cooldown. You know, like it would be, it doesn't really work. The thing is, like, if even I wouldn't be able to determine an MVP of a dungeon without like really analyzing the run properly. And I'm a thinking human being. And now try to have a bot, an automated bot do that, you know? Because, yeah, how would I determine the MVP of a run after a dungeon? I can't. Like, it would be super hard. I would have to, like, look through logs and see who did what when, and, like, you know. You should do this as a series of random bots. That would be kind of funny. I would have to pick certain criteria and on what determines MVP, what kind of things, and also like different weights, probably. Like damage, the damage that you do is part of the criteria, but it's not like, it's like, let's say 20% or something, and then like 20% is like CC and 20% is, I don't know, movement. Also, it would be kind of hard to compare a healer with, like, let's say a damage dealer, or compare a tank with a damage dealer. It's kind of hard. You'd probably have your unique content though. That would probably start a thing on Twitch. Maybe. Or people would just call me stupid. Like, what? She thought this person was the MVP? A thing also known as drama. Oh, I love creating drama. Actually, that's a lie. I absolutely hate creating drama. I love when other people create drama and I can just like look at the drama from the outside. Then I do love drama. And plus shouldn't be a competition. Yeah, I guess that's also true. And plus shouldn't be a competition between one another, yeah. Or should it? I don't know. Some healthy competition between your teammates, it doesn't hurt. Thanks to 15 months low of that. We're all on the same team as long as I win and get MVP. Hey, there's a 7-minute queue, but we don't have a healer or a tank yet or any other damage dealers. Is my queue broken? Do you have to re-queue? I think this might be broken. MVP is calculated from locks of keys cleared at the same level. You know, one of the most toxic ideas I had that I kind of think, like, I would like to try it, but I know that most people would absolutely hate it, is getting minus score for our depletion. Like, I kind of think it would be interesting. I know that most people would hate it, I know. That would be levers galore. No, if you leave, you also get minus. See, I think it might actually almost be less toxic. You know why? Because it would put a lot more importance on timing the key. Because right now people just leave the key, like whatever, you know. But I do think, like, if people get minus points, because right now the only person that gets punished for not timing a key is the key holder. The key holder that has the key, that person's key gets depleted, right? But everyone else that is part of the key, they don't really get any disadvantages for like not timing it, except the time that they put into the key, right? So it's just the time that they lose. But if they get minus score, it should be a lot minus score, obviously, but if you get minus score from leaving the key or for not completing the key, I feel like people will put a lot more effort into it, for sure. I guess all will only go for S tier comps for EC in time. Yeah, I agree, but that already is the case right now anyway, right? Like, I do agree that it would push the meta a little bit more even. Like, people would definitely go for meta more. But they kind of already do now, so... Like, is that really gonna change that much? I don't know. People invite meta classes for keys that are, like, super low even. What if you can't complete the key? Well, then you have to lower it on the NPC. Yeah, there could be a different... Like, you could have 2 minus points. So let's say you completely, like, not... Let's say you don't complete the key at all. Then you get, like a lot of minus points. It should still not be, like, a shit ton, but, like, a decent amount of minus points. And if you complete the key, but it's not in time, then you get less minus score. Depending on the time that you're over, it could be 2. So let's say you're only like a couple of seconds over, then maybe you don't get a lot of minus points at all. And let's say you're like an hour over, then you get the same amount as if you would have left. So at that point, because that would discourage people from staying in a dungeon forever. Because you don't want to see people do a dungeon for like 6 hours, right? Just to not get minus score. So you could argue, you could say, oh, if you're over an hour, or depending on the key timer, if you're more than 100% or 200% over the key timer, that you then get the same amount of minus score as if you would have left or not finished the key at all, something like that. Now again, like this is just like I don't actually think that Blizzard should add this to the game, but I do think it's an interesting thing that I wouldn't mind trying. Like, I would love to see the impact of that onto the game. I know that they're probably never gonna try something like this. The biggest problem, I think, with an idea like that is the fact that people that play in Plus don't only play in Plus for score, they also play in Plus for vault and for loot. So there would be some people who only play in Plus once a week to get their vault filled up, and if they deplete a lot of keys, they would have like 0 score and they wouldn't get invited to any keys anymore because they constantly get minus score, and that would really suck. So right now, the people that do in Plus are like too different from one another. The people that only do vaults or only farm gear or whatever, like, for them this would be bad, of course. What if the dungeon just ends if the timer is over? Ooh, that's interesting. Can't continue and you get nothing / weaker items. No score / lose score. Huh. Interesting. Dungeon just ends. Huh. I never thought about that. Yeah, that would only work in combination with losing score. Because if you don't lose score, if the dungeon just ends, then people would just leave the key whenever they feel like it would be depleted, right? But if you lose score, then that would work. But it wouldn't be more toxic. Do you actually think it would be more toxic? I think it would be less toxic. Potentially. Really, you think so? Maybe. Well, yeah, okay, I can see why it could be more toxic, because people right now, if you deplete a key, people just leave and they move on. But if you deplete a key and it's someone else's fault in your mind, then you would get a lot more toxic if you lose score, right? You'd be like, oh my god, we just depleted a key because of you, I lost 20 points. Fucking idiot. Yeah, I guess that's true. And it's always the people that play horribly that blame others, of course. They already do that without losing points. That is true, but only to a certain extent, I guess. Oh, we found a tank. We only need a healer, guys. A healer, queue up. Oh, there we go. Thank you. It would create these kind of people that leave on purpose just because they think that, just because they're so angry at their teammates that they want them to lose score. Like the League of Legends phenomenon. You know when people play League of Legends and they get so incredibly emotional and so angry at their teammates that they AFK on purpose just so the other people in their team lose score.
You've arrived.
Even though they
Our
lose
friend
themselves.
lives in the High Hollows.
Like that is still something that is like such a, like that is such an interesting thing to me. Like the psychology behind that, like them, like how invested somebody must be and how angry someone must be at another human being to purposely lose score for themselves just so the other people lose score too. I cannot comprehend that feeling. Like I've never felt that way in my life. I never ever had that feeling that I want to have something negative. I want something to affect me negatively just so it affects someone else negatively too. I don't think that I ever felt that way. So it's just always so interesting to me whenever I see someone act that way. It's like, what happened to you? Yes, it's truly sad. I mean, unless it's for, like, you know, it depends, right? If you do it really out of spite, then it's like, if it's like a fun thing, like that's another thing. Ah shit, we're doing this dungeon with the spy game. That's the dungeon where I'm also, like, it's not that I hate the dungeon as a whole, I just kind of hate the spy game a lot. I'll show you in a second. Oh. Man, and all of these spiders here are casters. That is so annoying. I guess you have to line of sight them somewhere so they stack up. I'm so slow. Yeah, so the thing with the leaving, like, I know that people want to punish leavers. But as like, I think the system of keys would have to change for that to be actually making sense. Right now, I don't think punishing leavers is actually a good thing. I talk about this all the time, and I know that many people disagree here. But I think, like, the people that disagree to punish leavers are the people that do a plus for loot. And again, we have this issue in a plus generally where people's opinions are completely different. And the reason why we have different opinions is because we have two types of players that play a plus that have completely different reasons why they play. One of the players is the player that plays a plus for loot and only loot, nothing else really. And then there's people who play a plus for score and only score. And if you mix them together, if you're in a group with a loot player and a push player for score, then your goals are so misaligned that it just by default creates toxicity, right? Because you have completely different goals. Like, one person wants to get score and they don't need anything else. Let's say, like, if depleting a key, like if finishing a depleted key gives me no benefit whatsoever, zero benefit, then I totally see why some people leave, right? Because, I mean, they play the game for for themselves, and they have different kinds of goals. And if I don't get any benefit from timing a depleted key, then I don't get any benefit, right? I do think that people should clarify what their goal is, and that would help a lot of things already, but people kind of refuse to do that. Because let's say you really want to finish the key because you want to fill up your vault, then I think you have to disclose that information in the title of the key or in the description of the key when you're looking for people.
has eyes everywhere.
Because, as I said, there's people that their goal is to not to finish the key, but to get score. So if you're a person that does class mainly to get loot and to fill out their vault, and you want to finish the keys and you want to complete the dungeon, then I think it's your responsibility as the key holder and as a group maker to disclose this information. So that people that mainly want score, that they would not be joining your key because they don't want to complete a depleted key. And if people join your key anyway, even though you've disclosed this information, and then they leave, then they're assholes, right? And then I do think at that point they could be punished for like getting like a debuff or something. But if you did not disclose this information, then I don't think leavers should be punished. That's my opinion, at least. You could even make it, because in a class, I think a lot of people don't know that this tool exists. So when you start a group, okay, I can't show you right now because I'm in a dungeon. But if you start a group for class, there's an option that you can select for what the run is for. You can select in time or completion. I think those two are the options. So what Blizzard could do is they could force you to choose one or the other when you make the group. And if you chose the completion option, that then if somebody leaves, they get some sort of punishment. So that you have two different types of like groups, basically. You have a in time group type, and if you're queuing up, or if you create a group with in time and somebody leaves that group, then they get no punishment. But if you joined a group with completion and then you leave that group, then you could get some sort of like debuff or something. Maybe that would be some sort of solution. I doubt many people would then create a completion run, because most people would be like, why would I join this group when I get punished for leaving?
This can't be.
But then that's on you, right? I think. Like, if you really want to complete a key, then you just create that kind of group with the punishment. Maybe some people would actually join. Like, I think people would join these type of groups, because at least you would be guaranteed, or almost guaranteed, to finish the key, right? I don't think it would be that bad of an idea. Like, yeah, you wouldn't get super big, like, item level, like, pumpers to join your group, probably. And the chance of you depleting the key would be pretty high-ish, because everyone in the group might be some sort of alt, or someone that doesn't really know the dungeons that well, or whatever. But at least you're timing your keys, and you're finishing your keys, and you're filling up your vault. I don't know. Maybe that wouldn't be that bad of an idea. Because I would join a completion run if my goal is to fill up the vault.
If this distressing trend continues, we will run out of spies.
And of course, they could add some sort of like maximum to it. Because trapping a player in a completion run for hours is obviously stupid. So there should be some sort of like maximum time, and then you don't get punished anymore. Depending on the key timer. It should just be in relation to the key timer. Let's say 150% of the key timer, of the total timer. If you go over that, then you don't get punished anymore. So if it's a 30-minute timer, then you can leave after 45 minutes, and you don't get punished, basically. If I still did weeklies, I would join a completion run, rather spend 10 extra minutes for a vault slot than find another group. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because, yeah, it sounds sus to join like a completion run because you might deplete it, but in the end, it would still cost less time for you to spend like 10 minutes more in a key than to do a key and then not complete it after 30 minutes because people are leaving, right? Because the amount of time you lose when people are leaving at the very end is like much, much more than you lose from spending a little bit more time in a key, right? Yeah, you would deplete the key, but I mean, I don't know. I think that would be like a decent option, maybe.
Much better.
Check an abandoned key stat so people can see your leave percentage versus completion. No. Like, again, I think... See, again, like, there's a lot of people that leave keys a lot, but they're not like assholes. They just play keys for a score. That's not something that is a bad thing. Like, I leave a lot of keys. Because I play keys for a score. In fact, I leave almost all of my keys. Because I do high keys, right? And if we wipe once, it's depleted. So I leave. Or, I mean, we leave, we disband. Because if we wipe once, it's over. And we know that, right? So if I get like a stat that shows my banded keys, I would have a really high stat of it. Am I an asshole for leaving those keys? No, not really, because the keys that I'm joining, they're not meant to fill up the vault. Like, no one does a 17 key for a vault. Everyone that joins a 17 key or an 18 key or whatever, they do it for score, right? So if someone leaves because it's depleted, then, like, no one's gonna be mad at them. Like, you kind of understand, right? Because we all have the same goal in the key, and it's to time it. Because you do high keys, many leave on low keys too. Yeah, that's my point. Like, that's why I'm saying you cannot have a statistic that you look at that works for everyone.
The Transformatory was once the home of our sacred evolution. ISO has made a mockery of our traditions, and the Queen's tisk, tisk, tisk. Dear Nizrek, a traitor, our Queen will be so disappointed.
First, your little pets will die. Then we'll make you stink.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I personally understand that there's a big difference between high keys and low keys because of the different kinds of player bases that I just explained earlier. Like, as I said, there's two different types of players that play Mythic Plus. One type that is doing it for loot to fill up their vaults, and the other type is to get score. And whenever you're applying something to M+ as a whole, then you have to consider that. Like, whenever you think about these, like, all of these suggestions that people are making to punish leavers, they might work well for lower keys for the type of player base that does it for the loot, but it does not work well for people that do it for score. So you have to find a solution that works for both player bases, right? And in my opinion, the only way to come up with a solution like this, or to, yeah, is to divide the player bases somewhere. Like, either you say, okay, people only get punished for leaving keys that are below a certain level, or people have to determine what kind of group they are before they go into the key, as I said earlier, where you say, okay, this is a completion run or it's an in-time run. But you kind of have to, like, determine what your goal is as a group first, or give it some arbitrary, like, leveling, like key level difference. Because otherwise, there won't be a solution that works for both type of player bases, right? I think so, at least. Man, I wish I had Incarnation. Holy rest of shaman damage. Okay, what's just their initial burst? I thought I'm getting out to best by rest of shaman. Do you think Siege of Rals will get reworked? I hope so. I really hope so. I really hope we don't have the friendly fire damage from the artillery anymore, because that was one of the worst things about that dungeon. It made the dungeon, I don't know, I hated that part. Well, yeah, you could say that, like, you could set a key range. So let's say if you're doing above 10, then you don't get punished for leaving. You could say that. You could do that. And that below 10, you do get kind of punished for leaving. At a certain, you would always need some sort of time frame to make sure that people are not held hostage, right? You should always, like, no matter what kind of punishment you're adding for leavers, you should always add a maximum amount of time for the punishment to occur. And anything above that, you don't get punished anymore, because otherwise, like, nobody wants to sit in a dungeon for 4 hours, right? No matter if you're doing it for the vault or not. Like, at some point, I feel like you're allowed to leave. But yeah, I think that should always sit around 150% or 200% of the key timer. Something like that. But yeah, I think to add a punishment until 10, that would work fine. That might be the easiest solution. And they can also add like some sort of surrender timer. One thing that I heard people say that is against any of these punishments. Sorry, I pressed orbital strike. Okay, I'm sorry. One argument I heard against it is the fact that and I do kind of understand it, but then also not really. So basically the argument was that right now, yes, you're doing a key through LFG, like through the group finder, but you're choosing to invite these strangers to your key, is what the argument is. Like, the argument is that you're giving this key to these people, in a sense, you know? Like, you know that there's a danger that they will leave, because they're strangers, you don't know them, right? So if you take the risk of inviting these people to your group, then you can't punish them for leaving, in a sense. It's kind of like an argument, right? And I can see the argument, but at the same time, not really. Because yes, the people that you're inviting, you willingly invited them to your key. Like, you weren't randomly put together, you invited them, right? Like, I get that argument. But they also joined your key willingly, and they can agree to certain rules when you start the key, right? Like, I don't necessarily think that that's... I don't know. That's a KW argument. We don't know about those people's history/attitudes. I mean, yeah, but that's the argument. The argument is that you should only invite people that you know the history of. Like, that you should find people that you trust and play with them, you know? Like, basically promoting the social aspect of the game. Where it's like, okay, you should, like, make sure that the people that are inviting are people that, you know, either they're your friends or you like somehow like, I don't know, like, yeah, I mean, I don't know what the argument really here is, because nowadays we don't play World of Warcraft anymore like we did in Classic. Like, I think this whole argument of finding a group through like the LFG channel and making sure that they're nice people or whatever and having some sort of reputation and blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't think that's how it works anymore. So, yeah, I also think that the argument is kind of meh. Thanks for 90 months, Senator. Thank you so much. I'll stream again tomorrow, yeah. Stop talking shit about WoW. You don't know shit about the game and you've been sitting in front of it for 10 years. You know what? I will. Yeah. You know what? Now that you say it like that, you're right. I should stop talking about WoW. Good point. Thank you. Thank you very much. I will stop talking about it. What a compelling argument you're making. Very good point. Hey, Adler, what's up, what's up, what's up? Hello, Herden. The one thing that I always think is funny with these type of people is that, like, I'm not sure if they're completely unaware. They're probably unaware because, let's be honest here, they're probably pretty stupid. But you know when you hate like a content creator, which it happens, right? Like, you're not gonna like everyone. I'm sure there's a lot of people that hate me, but I mean that's normal, right? They just hate me as a person or whatever. It's fine. But the one thing that I always think is really funny is whenever they do hate a content creator, that they go ahead and like make angry comments. Because what happens if you do that is that you get that person suggested to you a lot more because of the algorithm of social media, right? If you're watching somebody a lot and you're commenting on their content, the social media algorithm thinks you like that person and you want to see it more, right? So I always think it's really funny when on YouTube this happens to me a lot too. Like, I see the comments on my YouTube shorts and people are like, oh my god, she's so stupid, I hate this streamer, like why does she keep getting recommended to me, can I like unfollow somebody? And they commented on my shorts and I just like see the comment and I'm like, oh. Oh, sweet summer child, you're gonna get more of my content recommended now. Rage clicks are a strong aspect of the algorithm. Yeah, I think rage clicks are actually work better than people than like the other thing. Like, I swear to God, recently, not even recently, I think this has been going on for a while now. I think it really blew up during COVID, I think, during like lockdown, that social media really like noticed how valuable it is to feed into like negativity, like in rage clicks. Because before that, I feel like my whole social media content was mainly about things that I liked, right? And nowadays, I get so much stuff that is like the complete opposite of my views or of what I want to see. Because of exactly that, right? Because they want you to click on things that make you angry because people love doing that. People love to see like opposite opinions and getting angry about it or whatever. Yeah, rage clicks get a lot more views. Yeah, for sure. It's electric cowboy, yeah. What do you think about Mage and Hunter in the War Within? Well, Mage is pretty good. Hunter needs some buffs maybe. Mage is perfect the way it is. Specifically Arcane Mage, doing really well. I'm just kidding, by the way. I'm just making shit up, yeah. I'm just saying it. I'm gonna buy a ticket to a concert just to tell the singer they suck. Yeah, go for it. Alright, I need to buy some potions. And I kind of want to try a different trinket, maybe. Ooh, oh my god, I forgot that I have this trinket equipped. I didn't use it once. Uh-oh. Oopsie. Okay, different trinket. What are we trying? Okay, first I need to buy potions.
What would you ask of death?
Yeah. Oh, and flask as well.
Be quick about your business.
Okay. So, and there's some really strange trinkets. Okay, I'm interested in this one. Let's give this a try. Dude, the tooltips of some of these trinkets. Oh, man. The powered module will receive a snippet of cryptic instructions. Alright, well, let's see what that is all about. Cryptic instructions. What would that be? Am I gonna see something or do I have to look at a buff? It's a passive, right? It wasn't an unuse. Oh. Stay tuned for further instructions. You have a feeling you'll know what to do after collecting 10 of them. Okay. There's a new Arcane trailer? Wait, really? Oh god, I'm watching that, I'm watching that. Give me a moment, I need to figure out this trigger first. Oh shit! Okay, we have to watch the Arcane trailer afterwards. I do sports, yeah. Some of them. I weightlift 3 times a week. And then I do some biking, some hiking, a little bit of running. Skiing. Ski touring. Snowboarding. I'm bad at all of these things, by the way. I do all of them badly. Drinking. Oh, I'm good at drinking though. I don't do that badly. Drinking I'm really good at. I'm on Strava if you want to follow me. I don't really post anything specific on Strava. I just like let my watch upload the things. I'm called Naguura. I think it's Naguura dot. Because I had to enter a last name, so I just entered a dot. So if you want to find me there and give me a follow, then you're welcome to do so. Don't laugh at my horrible stats, though. I'm biking and running very slowly. It is what it is. My drinking problem is that I sometimes spill. I had this like groundbreaking idea. If you guys don't know what Strava is like this app that is basically like a social media for sporty people. So basically every time you do an activity, like if you go running or biking or working out or hiking or whatever, then your watch like tracks whatever you did, and then it will automatically upload it to Strava. And then you can add friends and follow people on Strava, kind of like a social media, kind of like Instagram or whatever. And then you can see whenever they did like an activity, and you can give them like a thumbs up, or you can be like, oh my god, you know, like you can give them kudos basically. And whenever you do an activity, you can like write, you can add a picture to it. Like let's say you reached the peak of the mountain, you can take a picture and like you put it there with your activity, and you can give it a small description or whatever. So it's just social media for sport people, I guess. And I had this idea to do the same thing. Okay. First of all, we would need a watch that can measure your alcohol level though, okay? Which might be a bit complicated or impossible, but whatever. Okay, this is an imaginary idea. So imagine we would have a watch that not only measures your pulse and like GPS signal, whatever, but it also measures your alcohol level, yeah? Now, you can have an app that is kind of like Strava, but with alcohol. So it will measure how many beer you had, or how many drinks you had, how much alcohol, and then it will measure your alcohol level of your blood, somehow through a watch, don't ask me how. And then it will measure like how long you lasted, you know what I mean? So other people can give you kudos, like, oh my god, like you drank that much? Wow, like, let's fucking go, good job, you know? And it will upload it automatically to Strava, you know what I'm saying? I feel like this would be a great idea. Top 10 all Russians. Yeah, you can follow me on Strava, of course. Go ahead. Keep in mind, as I said, I don't post that much, so I just let my watch upload things automatically. And then you have an option to rate your hangover the next day. I'm playing the loon build, yeah, favorite loon build. This is the beer app. That one is really cool though. Do you know that one? So if you drink a beer, you just like tap on it, and it will like give other people a notification that have the same app that you just open a beer, and you can do the same thing with wine or whatever. And then people can give you like people can give you like a cheers or whatever. And then you see where they are. It's actually with GPS, I think. Yeah, it will tell people where you are, like where you're drinking your beer. So then people can come over, I guess, if they wanted to. Or if you're on vacation, they can be like, oh, cool, this person's drinking a beer in Poland. I don't know, who knows? I think it's... Oh my god, that's actually so smart. Like a heart rate zone. Yeah, that would actually be so good, Solimo. Wait, I never thought about that. Yeah, because when you're working out, you have like different kinds of heart rate zones, right? And depending on what kind of workout you do, you want to stay in a certain zone with your heart rate. Depending on, you know, what you want to do. And you could do the same thing with like, with alcohol levels. Yeah, that's actually true. So we know when you're within a certain range, like if you have this, that actually would be like a very healthy thing as well. Like I think people would drink less. Probably. Because I think a lot of people, like they just never know how much alcohol they can drink before it's like too much. And whenever you're drunk, you're like, oh, I'm totally fine, you know? Like, your brain like stops working. It's like, oh yeah, I'm so fine. I can drink another glass of vodka, of course. I can drink another 5-liter bottle of Aperol Spritz. Of course I can, duh. Like, but if you would have like a watch that measures your alcohol level, and you would have this zone, like your perfect zone, where it's like, okay, if you stay within this range, you're gonna be tipsy, but you're not gonna be like super hangover tomorrow. I mean, some people will still ignore it, but maybe less. That is a good point. The problem is just how do you measure alcohol level with a watch without people having to do a breathalyzer? Because as soon as you have to put work in it, people won't do it. People won't actually do a breathalyzer. Hey Skrull, thanks for the 47 months. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Hey Lucky, thanks for 14 months. Oh my god, for a second I thought I did see it. What's attacking me? Are we good now? We have to find one more eyes of the queen. Oh, this person here. Perfect. Oh, we can come away with this guy. Can this guy not just like disappear or something? No way, Gita. Seriously? Oh, don't say that out loud. This mob does what now? It teleports you? What? There's no way this mob targets you with an ability and then teleports you to the entrance. There's no way. What the fuck? Oh no. Ah, we're gone. We're gone. Well, we gave it a shot, guys. We gave it a shot. Next dungeon is the one. Next time we got it. I was in a party once where they matched people with the same alcohol level. What? That's so funny. People couldn't wait to use the breathalyzer. Oh wait, that's hilarious. They match people with the same alcohol level. That's so interesting. Wait, I still haven't figured out what this trinket does. Oh, and I have to watch the arcane thing. Hey Fody, thank you so much for Prime. Thank you very much. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Man, it takes a lot of time to find these like cryptic things, whatever they are. Okay, I have 6 now. I wonder if it just gives me stats and that's it, without me having to do anything at all. Nine? Oh, I have to walk in here. Okay, I just have to stand in this. Oh no! Okay, yeah. Okay, this is bad. I don't want to be standing in something stationary. I think there's like two trinkets at least that want you to stand still. I do not like that one bit. Alright, alright. Everybody shut up. Everybody shh, 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 shh. Shh. It's time. Why is the game so loud? Okay. Alright, you ready? First, let me know if it's too loud. Why's the quality so bad? Can I watch this on YouTube?
Your council is dead.
You walk along the edge of danger.
Wrath must be met with wrath. You will have justice.
She's so cute. Mr. Badber.
I will lead a strike team into Zorn with 3 objectives. Locate Jinx. Dismantle Shimmer. And neutralize any agents still loyal to Silco.
My sister is gone.
Oh, my is the cutest.
This has to end.
Jinx!
Finally got the name right. Sister.
Ah, shit. Alright, very cool, very cool, very cool, very cool. Nice. Let's go. Alright. Back to World of Warcraft. It said November. November this year. You just specific cute and I mean, I don't understand why I keep getting this dungeon. Is it maybe because people leave? Maybe. Yeah. Watch the below video in the comments. Oh, I want to. Wait. Oh yeah. I'm watching that.
Link, I'm one of the creators of Arcane, and from the very beginning, since we started working on this project, we had a very specific ending in mind, which means the story of Arcane wraps up with the 2nd season. Arcane is just the beginning of our larger storytelling journey, and our partnership with a wonderful animation studio in Paris called Fortiche. We've been with Riot through Vi and Jinx's entire journey thus far, from becoming in-game champions to characters featured in different cinematics to main characters in a TV show. Their arcs have grown so far beyond our original dreams for them, and we want to give the same treatment to more champions. So we're currently working on our next projects across television and film.
Oh.
And we're hopeful that we can share more by the end of the year. We're still really early in the stages of that process, and these things do take a lot of time. But we'd like to share updates with you whenever we can.
Which champions?
Until then, I hope you all enjoy the Season 2 teaser.
Oh, there's teaser?
Hello, Arcane nerds. My name is Christian Link. I'm one of the creators of Arcane. And from the very beginning, since we started working on this project, we had a very specific ending in mind.
Wait.
Which means the story of Arcane wraps up with the 2nd season.
Oh, shit. I thought there's a teaser for the next
the
thing.
beginning of our larger story.
Who is it? Which champions do we want a movie about or a show? gem do I want a show about? Diana and Leona? Oh, it's probably Draven. Riven. I want to have a story about Riven and Irelia. Dude, I don't know the lore behind any of these characters, by the way. Graves and Twisted Fate. Yeah, that'd be cool. Leona and Diana with a touch of Pantheon. Riven and Yasuo. Yes. Amumu and Vex just emo sadness all around. Yeah. Wait, which one is the card dungeon? It's Dawn. Oh no. Dark Flame Cleft, that one? Okay, getting rid of that shit. Do you guys also test other stuff and report bugs or only class testing? Oh, I don't report anything. I just play beta for my own entertainment. If they start paying me, I'll report bugs. No, I'm just kidding. I do report bugs once in a while. Feels like a Nocturne in a horror movie. Oh, that'd be funny, actually. Well, funny in a horrible way. History has shown that reporting bugs hasn't changed a thing. Bugs go live anyway. Exactly. There you go. What is this? Oh, single target again. For some reason Blizzard hates Unholy. If you want race abomination, they force you to pick Army of the Dead. And then Abo. Why is that not a choice not if they don't want both available at the same time? This is a very good question. I do not know. Ooh, Dawnbreaker, guys. Guys. We need to get to Dawnbreaker. Do you know the voice line still? Because I forgot. What's the voice line? Oh, wait, we have to turn on sound.
With its complement of cannons, it can... Wait. Who are those intruders?
Get to the Dawnbreaker. Alright, well this mage is doing some damage. What is this 2 million burst?
The Order of Night is trying to steal the flagship.
Comet Storm. Uh-oh. Where's the NPC? Uh-oh. Guys, I think we messed it up. Oh no, we didn't.
Secure the deck. We need to gain control of the ship.
Oh, she didn't say it. Oh man. Oh, I'm so sad. She didn't say the thing.
Airship's approaching. Be careful, outsider. Those aren't ours.
I was very much looking forward to it.
They empowered Beladar's shadow. The Lamplighter's blessing will keep you safe.
Ah, this is actually the Dawnbreaker song. Invaders must die. This is her song, guys. This is General Steel Strike's song.
You'll need to use those mounts of yours to fly to them. No time to rest. Head to the next ship and defeat the crew.
This boat just like did this like turn, and for a second I thought if it's gonna continue doing that, some people might actually get motion sickness. That reminds me of, do you guys remember like Blackrock Foundry where Hans and Franz and the train boss made people like get really like motion sick? One of our tanks got really sick, like actual motion sickness from playing Hans and Franz. It was so it was so bad.
Now, on to the next one.
He had to go and like throw up once in a while. That's how bad it was. It was horrible. Why's there a spider on the boat? Yeah, eventually they fixed it. They made the train stop moving, yeah.
Masterfully executed. Now, on to the next one.
With an item or something, yeah.
We have learned to embrace.
Yeah, there's a spider on this boat. You see it's here. Oh no, it's that. I can't target it. Or when I target it, it's that. Doesn't look that on the nameplate though.
The shadows bless you. Let night be unending.
Oh, with the cart chasing you. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh wait, we have to mount. Oh. I think this is somewhat of a cool mechanic. But maybe it's only cool like at the start and then it's kind of like, I don't know. We'll see.
Feel night's embrace. Let's peer into the dark.
Wait, really? Okay, this is a bit weird, like, cause she keeps doing this. Oh fuck, I'm dead. Oh god. Help! Help me! Help! Oh, I'm alive, I'm alive. Like, she does it at like 1 HP. That is kind of weird. But I guess it's better that it's percentage based than it is time based. It's just weird that it's on 1 HP, like. That's just awkward. Yeah, this dungeon, I'm not sure if I like this dungeon. This is a bit awkward. I mean, it was also like really bugged.
Ashes. There's a lieutenant in my house.
When I did it the first time, so I'm not sure if it's like a little bit better now, but. Do people get horrified of spiders in an MMO? Well, I don't. I mean, I don't know, honestly. Like people with an actual, like, phobia, probably. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I guess it depends how severe the phobia is. What is going on? Oh, did we kill the boss? No. Why are we dying? Do we have to interrupt something? I don't know. I like this pull. And the fact that our healer is keeping us alive. What a gamer. Beta, that's the word I was looking for, is going okay. There's some disease where the whole dungeon resets or whatever, but we're used to this now. Wait, where are we going?
They've taken the inn as a foothold, and a lieutenant leads them.
Oh wait, I'm running this trinket that spawns a zone, and I should be walking into it actually. How many stacks do I have right now? 9. Oh, it's gonna spawn soon. In combination with my cooldowns. Okay, where is it? Did it spawn somewhere? Wait, it didn't spawn? I don't see it. What happened? It just restacked to 2. Why? Did you see the spawn somewhere from like the void zone that I was supposed to stand in it? The trinket? I didn't see it. Strange. I think this actually... Ah, there it goes! Now I can finally see how this orb works. The last time I did this dungeon, somebody just popped it. Oh, so it's like anyone can intercept the orb. Also, does it chase me, or am I just determining the direction? Like, what if I walk away from it? Can you, like, dodge? Oh, you can dodge it, okay. Interesting, okay, good, good, good.
Wait, no! They've sent a force backup and retaken the Dawnbreaker.
Is AA second boss?
Outsiders, get to the Dawnbreaker.
No. Wait, AA second boss? Which boss do you mean? Oh shit. Wait, where am I? Wait, where do we have to go?
Outsiders, get to the Dawnbreaker.
Oh, the Dawnbreaker. I see now, sorry. It's not like the bird, no. So basically one person gets targeted, and then after a while, an orb gets casted from the boss that will go towards the targeted player, and the longer the orb travels before it interferes with a wall or a player, determines the amount of damage you take as a group. Like once the orb hits the wall or a player, it will explode and do AoE damage. And the person that was targeted... This is a cool mechanic, look at this. This is such an interesting mechanic. Like it's like this huge target, like line. I don't know, so this plus you cannot use Free of the Loon. I have to,
Get to the Dawnbreaker.
see this? Like, so I get targeted and that determines where it starts.
Stop me!
And I don't know if you can always tell which direction it goes. I guess it did by the line, like the way of the line. So you want to put it like either left or right of the group. And we cannot see it. Is it? Yeah, so this person put it correctly.
Outsiders, get to the Dawnbreaker.
And this boss you also have to like kill it with...
That monster from the Dawnbreaker.
I think you have to kill it with like the explosive somehow.
This darkness is deadly. The Lamplighter's blessing will keep you safe.
And this part I did is that like if you fly too fast and you catch up, then you die or something?
Outsiders, get to the Dawnbreaker.
Well, where is the Dawnbreaker? The last time I was too fast, I just died. So I'm going to the Dawnbreaker or what? I mean, what's the boss doing?
Outsiders, get to the Dawnbreaker.
Well, I'm getting to the Dawnbreaker. Do I have to? Oh, the boss has been defeated? What is this? I don't get it. This is strange. Okay, wait. Can't cast Fury of a Loon.
Outsiders, get to the Dawnbreaker.
On the last boss. Probably affects other targeted. What is like it to? If only I could report boxed. If only. The one time, yeah.
Outsiders, get to
the one time I want to report a bug. Well, I gave it my best try. Well, thankfully, the bug fixers don't have a lot to do today. If there's no bugs reported. Yeah. You think I can report this bug? worked. Oh my god. Let's go. We have no bugs before this is going well, beta team. There's that person. Probably also did the Dawnbreaker. Hello, Haki. Good evening. What's up? What's up? Alright, we're back 1 second. Well, I guess I can queue for a dungeon in the meantime because the queue is gonna be long anyway. Maybe we don't queue for the Dawnbreaker because we just did that. Okay, 1 sec. Yell if I get an invite. Alright. I heard an invite, but it wasn't actually an invite? Oh, the queue popped and then someone declined, I think. Hey, Bara Nohashi. Man, I was so expecting this to be like a joke as I was reading through it. Because you're saying on my notebook I cannot play WoW beta, but luckily one of my favorite streamers are in beta, and I can watch some of which are gaming. I thought you're gonna say, thankfully, luckily one of my favorite streamers are in beta. I can watch now or something. Thankfully, I can watch Gingy. Aw, you're the cutest, Bara. Man, I'm so used to Twitch chat being like trolls. I can't even read a compliment with it being a compliment in mind. I'm just reading it thinking it's gonna be a troll. I watched Arcane trailer. It's not my fault if you missed it, sadly. What can I do? Wiping a Sinestro from Greece. He was raiding on vacation? Damn. What a fucking nerd. You an animal sitter, Barra? That's cute though. I wouldn't mind pet sitting. Just let me know. We need a tanker. One tank for the dungeons. Somebody queue up. Only tanks with big pulls though. Hey, Lonely Dice, what's up? This song goes sicko mode. No, right? It does. Guys, so when is the race first? Since we now know the release date, we know this season starts on the 9th or 10th September, right? That means the race first starts on the 17th. Did I put this in my calendar? Yeah, so that means I'm gonna be somewhere casting the race first. Presumably, if someone invites me to cast for them. Where am I gonna be is the question. Where am I going to cast? Which guild do you want me to cast for, guys? Let's just assume I would listen to your opinion. Let's assume we live in an imaginary world where I actually care what you guys think. I'm just kidding. Stay home again. Fucking cat is like liquid. Oh man. Well, I guess I have to cast for liquid now. I wanted to cast for hockey skills. When are you raiding? Maybe I can do both. How much you paying, hockey? I don't want you to cast. Whoa. Stay home. If you're tank, just queue up. We need a I think if you queue up, we just get. Actually, maybe not. Now that I think about it, maybe there's another group that is queued in front of us. I was in a meeting, then another meeting, and now I have lunch, but I might as well be in another meeting. Wow, it's sad. Like, who asked? No, that sucks for you. I hope I hope no more meetings for you today. fucking asked. I think it would be awesome for you to cast some mediocre guilds. I mean, I'm not sure. Well, technically that would be interesting, but I don't think for a very long time. It might be funny at first. Actually, I think that should happen after the race will first, right? Because the race will first, obviously everyone's gonna watch that. Everyone's gonna watch Echo and Liquid initially. But then, once the race is over, then I should be casting for one of these, like, these future type guilds, you know? Nihilum. Are there any of these guilds nowadays? I'm sure there are. What was this one guild called that was raiding for, like, what felt like daytime raiding 3 months into the patch? Blue stews.
So here we are. High Speaker Irish. Or is it just Irish?
No, not patch, I guess. I mean an actual meme guild, you know? Like a guild that is like actually just like raiding a lot, but not getting anything done. Like the old future, you know? Because then it would be hilarious to cast. Like one of those guilds that people watch for fun because it's so miserable, you know? I could cast my own guild raids. Oh my god, that would be hilarious. Like I'm not raiding, I'm just casting my own guild raids. I'm just making fun of everyone. Oh my god, that would be so much content. I would love doing that.
What's this? Is that Golem fused with something else? Titanic earthen technology enhanced with magical augments. Brilliant.
Activating defense protocols. Seismic protocol.
I forgot how this boss worked.
Offensive measures engaged.
Oh, I like this beam thingy that people have to dodge. Oh no, you have to destroy. Ah, it's the second boss involved. Yeah. Okay, I'm killing this one. Oh, I got it. Wait, it knocks me when it gets destroyed. Well, then I'm not clearing any pillars. That's a healer job.
Offensive measures engaged. Dominant intruder identified. Seismic protocol activated. Offensive measures.
I guess the pillars also spawn on players, so you can also like put them in whatever, like in a line or not in a line or whatever you want to do. Same as second boss.
Offensive all systems shutting down.
Growl and Drogo skill had to proc a murder seal twice. What's the content there? Oh shit, okay, that sounds like content. Man, there's a lot of casts that have a really long cast time, and that's not a good sign. Why am I silenced for an hour? Also, does my trinket just not proc in dungeons, or am I just missing it every time? It's very likely that I'm missing it every time. I'm gonna pay attention now. Alright, so this trinket you see it? The one that's at 7 stacks. Once it's at 10, it's supposed to spawn like a purple like thing somewhere in the ground that I have to stand in to give me stats. But I haven't seen it spawn. It resets now. How does this freaking work? Does it reset on combat or what? I don't understand this trinket. Is it bugged? This is a healer buff, by the way. Damage done to Crumbling Shell increased by 100%. Oh, what's Crumbling Shell? Just kidding, it's a damage dealer buff. What's Crumbling Shell? Oh, this shell here, I guess. Yeah. Wait, so this buff makes me do more damage to a shell, but it also gives a healer more damage increase and more healing increase. So you either give it a damage healer so you can nuke through it faster, or you give it to a healer so they can heal through it. Oh, it's certainly the damage healer that gets this buff. I mean, it also makes sense, right? What does a healing buff do? Nothing. It would only help if it was a damage reduction or something. Went from 9 down to 8? Yeah, this is so strange, this trinket. It's 8 now? When I used it on dummy, it stacked up normally. Oh, no, was this the animation? No.
I need a target.
Still 8. Nine? Okay. Oh, there it is. Did I get the buff? I didn't get the buff. Oh no, it's here. Ethereal Powerlink, 7.9k intellect increase. I think that's the one. Hmm. Nine to 8, really? Well, I think while you have the stats... Yeah, it is a bit strange. Like, I don't think the stringer is going to be very good. Especially because you have to stand in the slides. I mean, but it doesn't look like you have to stand in very long. I have to look at this again.
Machine speakers in the stone vault. Fanatically loyal, no doubt.
Intruders detected. Defense protocols activated.
But it reset again now. I don't know why it's resetting. That is strange. Like, it just goes from 8 stacks to 0. Like, how does that make sense?
Build it up.
This boss kind of interesting.
Countermeasures on.
Look for another minecart. If it's here...
Oh,
we
it's
might as
setting
well
on
use
boss.
it,
Yeah,
unless
you're
you'd
probably
rather walk.
right, Sublux. Okay, that sucks in M Plus a lot though. Why would it do that? I don't think that's actually... That's probably a bug. I don't think that's intended. Resetting on dungeon bosses like that doesn't really make any sense. Like, that's such low value then for the trinket in a dungeon. I wanted to get back in this game. Go for it, white guy. Have a glass of wine.
There he is.
Play some WoW.
Look at
What's not to like about that one?
beyond saving. That seems like poetic justice, but...
Yeah, you just make it reset on raid bosses rather than dungeon bosses. Yeah. Oh, I hate these guards. Like, do they charge on tank or is it like a random charge direction? Oh, they have an indicator on the ground. Oh, it's pretty visible. I like that this arrow is blue. It's actually pretty easy to see it. I wonder if it's still easy to see when there's a lot of mobs. Probably not, but... Oh, and it goes on players, I think. I think those targeted me. Me or the tank. Not sure. So I guess you could like move together as a group to bait them if you have a hard time seeing them. They all target me, I think. Am I just imagining this? Is it like a range mechanic? Let me try something. It could be that it targets ranged only. Because I'm pretty sure they all targeted me. I'm gonna go... Where am I going? Let me go here. Wait, no, these are not the guys that charge. Oops. It's the guards. Alright. I know what this guy does, actually. Oh no, wait, I do know. You need to, like, to clear the debuff while going close to this void or something, right? Yeah, if I get this magic debuff or something, then you have to go this void corruption. Yeah, there you go. There you go. And then it will suck it up. What does it do though? Or just this increasing damage? You don't clear it. I would clear it, but it's too far away, sorry. Alright. Wait, why did I get the achievement? Is this the dungeon where I see it like at the very end? I think it might be. Most M Plus players rather have the keys completing automatically and just getting the gear in the vault every week, but what can we do? I wouldn't mind getting some keys completed for me. So I can just sit here and talk shit without having to do any work whatsoever. And complain about the game, of course. Without any distractions. I want to be dooming without any distractions whatsoever. So just complete the key for me, give me the loot. And let me talk shit in peace. Alright guys. I'm gonna have to leave for today. I want to leave a bit later because I have to go to dancing lessons today. It's in an hour. I wanted to leave later and then go straight to dancing and then eat after. But It kind of sucks if I still have to cook after. So I think I'm gonna cook something now. And then I only have to take a shower afterwards. That sounds like a plan. So I'm gonna leave you for today. Alright? Gillette. Alright, thank you so much for watching, guys. Remember to follow my stream. That'd be very appreciated. It helps me out a lot. Also check out my YouTube channel. I post videos there all the time. Probably going to be posting a video about my opinion of the new affix announcement soon on my YouTube channel, so check that out. Make sure you give it a subscribe thingy. I don't know what it's called. And make sure you follow me on Instagram as well. I post up there too, once in a while. And on TikTok. I never post on Twitter, so maybe don't follow me there. Also, remember the 20th of June, because I'm doing a special 10-year streaming anniversary stream with Johnny. He's flying in from Belfast. It's gonna be fun. Gillette. Okay, let's host somebody. Is there somebody doing beta stuff? Mirrors?
Hank and Hilo.
Oh yeah, Mirrors is doing beta testing. Let's host Mirrors. Wait, Mirrors is 2 Mookies and what? Look at that! He's got 2 Moonkin plushies! Oh, I want a Moonkin plushie. Why don't I have a Moonkin plushie? What the hell? I'm so jealous. You're so cute. You can create a level 80 character if you select a server that is called this goes to 11. This goes to 11, or this one goes to 11, or something like that. The long one with the sentence in it. Just choose that server, you can create a max level character. Alright, have fun watching Mirrors. I see you guys. Oh, I'm not following the. Oops. Sorry. Anyway. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching. Tomorrow I'll be streaming. What do I have to do tomorrow? Maybe a bit earlier than today. I'm just gonna go to the gym tomorrow and that's it. Yeah, I think I stream a bit earlier tomorrow than today. Like maybe 11 AM. 10 to 11, probably 11. Alright, thanks for watching. Have fun watching Mirrors and goodbye.